Alrighty, y'all. Welcome to this surprise. Well, I guess surprise for those of you who don't have the notifications on YouTube. Welcome to a lovely mid-Friday stream. I've got a bunch of stuff going on this weekend, so I won't have time to be able to do a normal Saturday or Sunday stream like I would. But we have got a wonderful 10-scene thing to go through today, so we're gonna knock it out. I'm gonna try and be as fast as possible. I'm really gonna push it today, but glad to see everybody in here already. Welcome. I'll wait until everybody pops in and then I'll give some announcements and things. It has been a very crazy week with the Ben Marriott feature and all of that stuff. Lots and lots of really interesting things going on for sure. What up, Gustaloose? Danny, how you doing? Abhishek, welcome. Cubit says hi. Seto Panda says hello, Maine. Hello, how you doing? Welcome. I'm gonna try to drink out of the opposite side of my water. Very nice. Welcome, Asher. Glad to see ya. Word of the week is gravity. Everything's gonna be very space themed today, or at least a couple of the scenes will be pretty heavily space themed. We actually are working with one of our clients is trying to build something called Gravity, and so it just happened to coincide with that. But I've also been feeling like I've been pulled in a million different directions this week, so it works in that way as well, and I think that'll be reflected in some of the animation. Astro said, Ben Marriott, loved your work. Congrats, much appreciated. That was a pretty crazy shout out for sure. Ben is a real cool guy. Really appreciate him for that for sure. But all right, we've got a motion script already all written down. I feel like I'm gonna sneeze. There it goes. Awkward. Never gonna get that one back. But anyway, we've got a motion script already put together for today. Color palette is already chosen as well. But just generally gonna have a ball in the center that's gonna like tap into, or there's gonna be a smaller ball around it that's gonna tap into it. Then we're gonna have this big explosion with like a big ring of those smaller balls all tapping into our center shape, which is all gonna collapse and form this giant stack of rectangles with one ball on the top. That tower is gonna collapse down to cut to a ball moving down a ring of a planet, rotating to give the planet some perspective. That'll be cool. Then we're gonna match cut to that same ball being thrown up into the air and dropping onto a platform and hitting it a couple times and cracking the platform until it smashes through it. Then once we smash through that platform, the ball is going to actually match cut to be the tip of a satellite dish, and the satellite's going to slide off to the side. We're going to have this like set of glyphs that are all scrolling through this 5-tiered setup of shapes, and that should be pretty cool. There's going to be rings coming up behind it at the same time. Everything's going to slide off the screen. We're going to cut to a row of planets, really big planet, then smaller planet, and smaller planet, smaller planet, with a little ship that's out in front of all that with a trail behind it. All the planets are going to fracture with a flash on the beat and kind of crack apart, and the ship's going to be pulled back, and it's pulled into a black hole. The black hole then expands and collapses to form our type, which the word is gravity. So anyway, lots and lots to get through. 10 scenes. I'm going to try and be as efficient as possible today. Hopefully trying to hit that 5 or 6 hour mark, but we'll see what happens. Answer some things in the chat. Rashab says hi, Austin. Welcome, Rashab. Ruslan says hello from Kazakhstan. Oh, hello, Kazakhstan. Abhishek says your work is great. Appreciate you. Rafi says hey. Ahmed, glad to see ya. Pays says, hi Austin, just finished watching stream number 6. Your streams are very helpful. Appreciate it. That's a good one to watch too. We've actually got our intern is learning motion design with us, and he's actually watching that stream right now too. So that's kind of funny. Astro says, how many years have you been animating? 4 years for me, or yeah, around 4 years now, professionally. And then I did some frame by frame stuff before that for probably a year or so. Okay says, hey Austin, glad to see you, man. Kai says, let's go Austin. It's like sports team. I love it. Glad to see you, Kai. M Sam says, hi Austin, do you choose the color palette yourself? I sure do, man. This one I've used a couple videos ago, but I want to push it a little bit more today. Astro says, thank you from all of us. You are teaching us a lot with these streams. Can't appreciate you enough. it's fun for me too. I learn a lot by doing all of this live. It also helps push me to get to the finish line on the video for sure. Abhishek says, can you share your palette? Sure. I'll actually have the project files for this available early next week, so be on the lookout for that. David says, yo. Miguel says, hey, glad to see both of y'all. Clinton says, let the fun begin. That's right. I'm surprised so many of you showing up in the middle of the day on a Friday, but glad to see everybody here. Anshul says, hi, really happy you got featured in Ben Marriott's and Black Mixture's channel. What's Black Mixture? I've never heard of that. I keep getting featured in things without knowing. I was in the School of Motion newsletter a little while ago, apparently, and I only just found that out. John Stewart says, hello, Jack Harlow. What up, John? How you doing? The video you posted earlier was awesome. Thank you for giving the preview yesterday in the Discord. That was great. Rashab says, hello from India. What? What?
You haven't seen him?
What is it? No, I've never seen this. Noah pulled up the Black Mixture. Interesting. Well, okay. How many subscribers does he have? Okay, fine. Jeez, y'all, what is happening? I don't understand. I was never even notified about this stuff. Dan, what's up, Dan? Aren't you guys supposed to be on a retreat right now? Am I up on the big screen? Is that what's happening? Howdy, everybody, if so. What's up, what's up? Glad to see y'all. Metaverse No says, thank you for teaching it to us. I have learned a lot. I'm so glad to hear that. It's really been pretty cool getting to see everybody making just new cool work over the past few weeks. Qubit says hello. Glad to see you, Qubit. Mahmoud says, getting hot here and in Discord, huh? I guess so. It's all happening all at once. But I did want to plug, we actually started a Discord server last week. It's all about motion design. We've got people from all over the world and all over the industry in there. I think we're probably over 400 members now, I think, as of yesterday. So I'll go ahead and put the link to the chat, or to that in the chat right now. And then we'll go ahead and get started. But yeah, that's been really, really cool. Noah and I have been hopping in and chatting with people. We've been chatting with people on the server like all day, yesterday and the day before that. And we played some Discord putt-putt golf with some people. That was fun. We had one of our freelancers that we work with was actually in, on one of the chats, and he was like going through his process on, and he's a whole After Effects wizard. So we learned a lot from that too, but super, super cool. I would definitely recommend joining. All sorts of good things in there. Jonathan says, hello, Austin, first time here, excited. Glad to see you, man. Welcome, welcome. Oscar says, hey there, join the Discord. Glad to see it, man. Welcome to the Discord as well. Got to show up in the voice chat sometime. That's where it's at, man. Dan says, we are driving home, but Maria and I are tuning in. Miss you, man. Keep killing it. Appreciate you, man. Hope y'all are doing well. Seems like you were having a fun time. What?
I'm right up.
You got featured too? Hell yeah. Noah got featured in this video too.
This is great texturizing and fantastic color.
Hell yeah, bro. Let's go. Yeah, Review Boys are on the map now. All happening at once. What the hell? This has been a really ridiculous week, you guys. It's been very, very cool. Dan, yeah, go Austin, says Maria. Glad to see you, Maria. We got to chat sometime. I'm sure we've learned a lot of stuff that would be like super helpful on the creative side for like getting you guys cool projects and things.
Actually pronounced my tram right.
Really?
Yeah, he used Wells Fargo and they're ready.
Damn. Wait, he actually, so it's not like it's not as like Austin, it's just like as me.
Yeah. But he did mention it was like part of a series.
I can't believe people still find me through Reddit. That's crazy. Yeah.
That's where we got our Reddit followers. Right?
What is happening right now? This is ridiculous. John says W Noah. John Stewart.
John.
Metaverse says, how can you imagine things so quickly from script? Honestly, I don't know. I felt super rushed this week because like I said earlier in the stream, I got a friend coming into town, so I won't be able to stream this weekend. And we also had all of these different meetings and things this week and projects that we had to work on. And so I didn't get to concept for this loop or find the music for it until this morning. And so like I only just found out like an hour ago what I even wanted to do. And so I was just sitting there listening to the music over and over again, and I was like, I can kind of see this happening. I don't know. So today's going to be a little bit more run and gun and kind of improv than it usually is, I think. But I feel like I've got a good enough basis for the video, or at least to get started. So anyway, let's do that, shall we? Let's start knocking some stuff out. See if I can hit that 5 to 6 hour mark and get through this. We're gonna have our shape in the center. Boom. Or like big shape in the middle. 1 point stroke is still fine. Let's grab another shape that'll just be a white dot for now. And we'll make that like 1/10 of the size. That's perfect. And this is just gonna like be attached. It's gonna be parented to this as it rotates. And so that way I can just animate the bounce on this and have it look like it's bouncing around the side of the setup. That should be cool. And then I'll grab this. It's the same setup, except now we're gonna have, let's bring this out like 4 times the length of where it was before, or the height, I guess. And then we're gonna go in here and let's do like every 10 degrees. I mean, that's 36 copies. That's gonna be a lot, but it should be cool. 36 individual circles all around there. This guy will be a little bit smaller at this point. And then I need to like change the background color and some other stuff, but it should be cool. Metaverse No says, your content is worth 1 million, man, for sure. I appreciate that. Maybe someday we'll get there. But for now, we are chilling and having a good time. All right, did I actually end up posting to, okay, I just need to make sure I posted to each place. I posted an announcement for the stream to Twitter, Discord, and the YouTube. I wanted to make sure those all went out. But anyway, here we go. That's the general idea for that one. Then I need another one of these, but over here, we'll make it like twice the size that it is now. Maybe 3 times. Sure, like that size. And then I need a platform for it to sit on, or for all of these shapes to sit on top of. Franco Molina says, hey people, welcome Franco, glad to see ya. Hope you're doing well. All right, let's grab this line here, and this will be our like base platform for all of these shapes to rest on top of. And then we'll grab a square here. Cool. I'm actually probably gonna wish that this was just a full shape, so let me do that real quick. Oh, Franco is Yeti from Discord. This man's a legend, always coming in with the hot takes. We love Yeti in the Discord. It's a vibe. Yeah. Welcome, welcome. Glad to see ya. Hopefully that client project you were talking about yesterday is treating you nicer today. Let's do ×5 on the length there. Then we'll go up 1. And we'll do like times 0.75, go up another, times 0.5, and then I'll do like another stack like this. We'll have another long one up here. So it's more like a pedestal, kind of. Maybe there's some stuff that we can put inside of this. Like I really liked in the other video I did like 2 weeks ago called Anthem, where I had this like pillar that comes up and then rotates around with like all of these little lines going through it. But I don't know if I want to do that same thing here or not, because I try not to repeat too much stuff. But there might be some other interesting thing we can do with it just to give it some more texture. I can figure that out though. I'll think on that. But for now, we've at least, I haven't even saved this yet. That's unfortunate. Let me grab this. Okay, now it's saved. I'm telling you guys, I was not prepared this morning. I really just, this is kind of stream of consciousness right now in terms of what is going to be animated, but we'll figure that out. Gets a ball moving down on vertical ring of a planet. So planet rotates to give perspective. And then the whole planet will like swirl again. Okay. So this is going to be like a quarter of the size it is now. So pretty small. And then we'll have a pretty big planet behind it, maybe like times 10. It's going to be the same as this. And then we're going to have an ellipse through the center here that I will have to cut this bottom part out of. But this sets us up well enough for the like transfer to After Effects and that sort of thing. But that should work fine. Except would it be on? Yeah, that'll work. That'll work. All right, so we've got that one. I'm gonna bring it all to the center and make it a little bit larger. Okay, and then that one will rotate. That'll be nice. Match cut to the ball being sent up into the air, drops onto a platform below. Platform cracks with each hit until ball smashes through. Okay, so we're gonna need to make a couple different sets of cracks because it's gonna tap into it twice, I think. And then we also need to have a version of it that is fractured and it can break apart. Let's figure that out, shall we? Let me ungroup all of this. Copy, paste onto this artboard. We'll have this be like times 4. No, that's too much. Let's do times 3. Okay. And then we need almost the same platform from before. Maybe I'll do like a... I don't really want to have it be a circle because that might get confusing with the match cut. But we'll see what we can do with it, I guess. Maybe it'll be taller than the other one? I don't know. All right. We've got this one. Okay, now we need to make the cracks on this. So let's grab this and we'll say, I'm gonna look up cracked surface on Google. So we can grab some that feel accurate as references. Cool. Glad to see everybody though. It's a fun Friday. Feeling a little more loose, like I can kind of just make whatever here and not be too worried about how it turns out. I'm pretty excited just because it's space themed, honestly. Here we go. I'll copy that one and then say cracks from a single point. That doesn't quite work. Oh no, it's Be Real. Like Be Real has showed up. There's a social media app that like makes you post at a certain time of day without warning. So we'll be live right now, I guess. And just take the shot now. Cool, okay, done, there we go. It makes you post spur of the moment. It's great, I love it. So that way it's not like this prepared post for social media or something. It takes some of that out of it. But anyway, that's fun. Cool. We've got that. I have a reference for some cracking going on here. And we will just try that out. So I'm gonna use this line here as reference, I guess. Let's grab whichever one doesn't have a fill. And we'll say that it starts here and then like splinters out this way. Like down to there or something, and then we'll do another offshoot from that point. And this will be like the primary fracture. All right. One of the other things I like about Be Real is that their reactions to people's posts, you can't just like send an emoji or something. You have to make the face of the emoji or the expression that it has, and so you'll get like responses from your friends that are all like them making those faces. It's pretty fun. Cool. I saw the little, it shows a little preview on the on the notification. It's pretty funny. Okay, let me grab maybe like another one that goes over here or something. Just like 2 more branches. And these are going to be all glowy, so there probably shouldn't be too many of them, to be honest. All right, that's fine. That looks enough like a good set of cracks to use, I guess. Not a sentence I thought I'd be saying. And then we'll add our like secondaries that kind of just branch off and don't really go to the edges. I need to understand the like physics of cracking objects a bit better. Okay, and then some other little tiny ones. Maybe it's because the like cracks would happen at wherever the like endpoints are on these. Some of these are just like lines that jut straight out. Like that. Cool. We'll add a couple more of these. It's gonna show up for like a half a second anyway, so it's really not that big of a deal what it looks like. Cosmon says, "Hi Austin, good time." We are having good times, and I hope that 1 p.m. on a on a Friday is all right for, or 2 p.m. on a Friday is all right for most people. Franco says, "Austin, will that crack with trim paths? You have another method?" I'll probably do some sort of trim path, but it'll be like, I'm gonna do some sort of flash on it, I think. So like the ball will hit this bottom platform and it'll flash white or some other color for a second, and then the cracks will be there afterwards. Because if I did trim paths, like it would have to be super fast. Like, I mean, you've seen slow-mo videos probably of like the slow-mo guys have done breaking glass a million different times. And one of the things that happens, like they have to take the camera FPS all the way up to like hundreds of thousands to even be able to like see it look like it's doing a trim paths types thing. Usually those sorts of cracks just show up like immediately, and you don't even register that there's been like a sort of animation with it. So it might just be one of those situations where it's like a hold keyframe and that's it. It will just appear at that point. And maybe I'll do like some sort of stroke width animation so it looks like the cracks are getting wider. That could be cool. I'm realizing this one is up above the platform for some reason. But that's all right. Maybe we'll do like some other smaller ones that come from the very top and like cut across. That's kind of fun. Grab another one that like shoots off of here. Actually, that feels a little too detailed on that one. But anyway, now what I'll do is grab all of them except for our original one and group them. So those will be like our little secondary cracks that show up when it taps again. That should be a cool way to do it. Trim paths actually might work if I do like every once in a while it like moves a tiny bit and then snaps to a different position. And then like the stroke width grows. That could be cool. But we'll see. I won't really know until we try it, to be honest. But okay, we've got our cracks there, that's fine. But what I need to do now is grab our rectangle. Actually, I'm gonna grab all this stuff, bring it on another layer just for a second. And then I need to draw a bunch more paths just like straight across here. And these are all gonna be our I'm about to actually fracture the thing because we're gonna have, or the platform, because we're gonna have shards going. It'll actually have to break apart for like 2 frames before we cut to the next scene. So it looks like the ball is smashing through it. We'll grab some big ones and just throw them across here. And then now I'm gonna go in, grab all these and hit divide. And now we've got our perfectly fractured version that'll sit on top. So I'll just keep that on another layer for now. We'll call it fractured platform. Cool. So like these will each just kind of like move apart from each other once that final hit happens. And then in the next scene, we're actually going to take some of those shards and have them floating down in 0G in this scene. So I'm gonna ungroup this and just grab some of these sections here. Some of these are really big. We'll grab that one. This one's fine. I don't know why there's like this thing over here. Oh, interesting. Why can't I connect those? That's strange. Okay, whatever. There's another one now. And then grab this one as well. Just a couple little ones to float through the scene. Can I grab this little tiny triangle? There we go. And then this one. And then maybe like I'll grab these, duplicate them, and then just make a bunch of smaller ones. And then just like toss those around. Actually, each of these I'll probably make like 75% of their current size. So we'll do like 75 and 75. Hit OK. Just so they're not super huge. I'm going to grab all this up here, delete it because we don't need it anymore. And then we'll just have little teeny tiny specks that are down here. And then I'm going to need reference to figure out what this satellite's going to look like that I want to make. But this should make it look like these are actually, like we actually just broke through the top there. That should be fun. Grab that. Other little tiny ones down here. One will be like all the way down here. There we go. All right, that looks great. Ronti Deb says hi from India. Hello, welcome to the stream. Glad to see you. How far are we in? 27 minutes, and we're already almost through like the general layout of the storyboard. This is the fastest we have ever moved. I'm on it today. I've had to already do so much stuff this morning. I'm in execute mode. I'm making it happen. But what now what I need is I need a satellite photo. Sure, this will work as reference. And we're gonna do some perspective, like 2D, fake 3D version of this thing. So I need our ball that was over there. Let's actually have I like the size of this one. Really tiny ball. This one's gonna be like the like tip of the antenna. And then that means we need another one behind it. It's like this big and is the same sort of shading we had on that before. And then we'll have a little line that extends from there to the center. Cool. Maybe this ends up being a little bit smaller or something. And then what's after that? We've got a little rectangle going on here. We'll do a square that's the same size as this. And grab that one. There we go. Move it behind here. Behind everything, actually, except for this photo. And then now we've got like our kind of cube-looking version of this. And then I need these like foils that are off to either side, which I'll probably just do on like the top and bottom, I guess. And then this will actually be just like on the edge there. I think that looks good. Cool. We need a little antenna up top. I'll grab that. I'll actually do the full height of this thing and then just grab that and divide it by 4. So now we've got our little guy up here, and I'll grab this guy and say divided by 2 and actually make it the same as that one. There we go. Got our little antenna. We'll have some little like signal lines up above it. That could be fun. Let's do that. Let's make an ellipse here. Then I'm going to cut it up by adding a stroke across here and dividing that. Except I don't want this part down here. So I'm going to add an anchor point there and then delete it to get rid of that section of the shape. Cool. Now I've got a little arc that's like not quite at the halfway point. And then we'll start at the top and then just move it on up. And then each of these, this one will be like times 0.5 and this one will be times 0.75. And then I'll bring them closer together. That should work fine. What's that look like? That's kind of fun. I like that. And then let's do these little guys back here, these solar panels. We'll need, let's grab this, but do double the length. Put it back here. So it'll look like from this side, there's only one extra one. And we'll add our little grid on top of it, I guess. Ooh, wait, or could I just do like back here and then another one that's in the middle over here? I want this edge part touching the center of this circle, but it won't connect to it. Does that work? That feels a little too wide. What if we do half of the width? Now, is that too skinny? That might be a little bit too skinny. What does it look like if we take that same approach on this thing? Oh, well, I guess if we do that, it'll just be right in the center. So what if we do each of these is times 0.75 of its current width? And then I guess this one would have to be in front. Hey, there we go. We got a little satellite. Dope. And we'll just have these be like, these will originally be the same height as this. And then as we perform the like perspective trick, they'll expand to be that full height. And then I'll add like a little grid of lines across them. That should be cool. Alrighty, here we go. Let's do a line down the center. And actually, that's probably all we need to do is just a line down the center on either one. Grab those, group them, group these, and then this one just gets sent behind there. That's kind of cool. Maybe we'll do like what does a line down the center look like too? This might start to look too much like a TIE fighter or something. What if we have it be like where that is? Ungroup that. Go like that. Oh, whoops. I accidentally grouped too much stuff. And then let me delete that. Why did it not grab that one? I want this, this, and this. Okay, there we go. We're good on that. I'm actually going to turn it upside down, I think. And then maybe this one is right side up. Nah, they'll just both have to be the same, I think. What's it look like on the black background? That's cool. It's a fun little satellite. What if I tilt them slightly? Like 15 degrees. Negative 15, I guess. Same with this one. That looks even more like it. I mean, it kind of muddies this little antenna that's in the center here, but we could easily just grab these and move them up to like here. That's kind of fun. Franco says, are we watching the most high-tech satellite in our history? Absolutely. Did you know somehow we get all of our GPS from this one little dot that's got a circle attached to it and a square and a couple other rectangles. Everyone knows that's how GPS was made. Come on, guys. I'm just recreating what's already there. Let me move my mic cable. Let's get in the way. I kind of like it with the... I definitely like the taller thing of that. Now if I do 15 degrees on this, why does it not let me? There we go. I'm gonna move these back to their original position, and then we'll just have them move as the this satellite's gonna go like all the way to the right and then shoot off to the left to end the scene. So we don't need like that much going on with them from like the start. Oh, it looks so fun though. I really like this. I'm kind of curious to see what another version would look like if we did like this one is, well, first I should group all this. Then we're going to bring that to the back. And then this will actually sit on top and be rotated like that, so there's not as much detail. And then this one is on the bottom, but in the front. Doesn't quite work. I was hoping that it would do a little bit more than it did, but I think this looks proper. I like that. But I was just curious to see what it would look like if it was attached like that. Could have been interesting, but that's all right. Cool. Mr. Grease says NASA is quaking right now. Absolutely. That's funny. Cool. Yeah, I'm good with this. It looks a little like squished in, but I think it'll look cool once it's in motion. And we'll be like falling through this different set of debris. I'm really excited about that scene. Cool. And then I'll group all those shards. This will be in the center of the screen. Franco says, now we design war tanks. Yeah, absolutely. Cubit says, what if there's a triangular satellite that looked like it came out of a slightly more interesting and dystopian future? That could be cool. I am although that might look cool, I was going to say I'm slightly concerned that would look a little bit more like we're in that game Asteroids. I mean, that's what this style is, very like, it's pretty much spot on with that old game. That could be cool. I should totally just do an animation like that at some point now that I know how to fracture all these shapes so easily. That could be cool. But anyway, let me check the Discord for a second. Make sure I haven't missed any shenanigans. Cool. All right, we're good. Dope. What's the next scene, shall we? A 5-tiered password stack. Let's make that. So we're gonna do the same size as our whole screen, and then I'll be able to get a ratio on this. We'll do like, that might be too little. Let's just divide the whole thing by 2. And then what we'll, maybe 2.5? Divided by 2.5? Sure, that looks about right. Then we're going to divide that into 5. So we'll grab our height property, divide it by 5, and then bring this down. Then just duplicate it until we've got 5 copies. I'm going to send that behind so I can delete the original. We've got 5 tiers. And then we need these circles behind it that I was talking about before. I'm going to delete our fill, come in here and have one that's like, I'm going to do the width of this, but then I will say times 1.5. Then we'll grab another one, do times 1.5 on that. And then same thing, times 1.5. And actually, wait, that should be totally enough. I don't even think I need more than that. Then all of these will get sent behind. There we go. Okay, and then we're gonna have it so that this one's gonna get filled up first, then these two, which will cause this ring to appear, and then these two, which causes this one to appear. And now I just need to make a string of shapes to be able to put into each of these. no stroke on them. And we'll say they're like a fifth of the size. And we'll do like every 2. Actually, maybe I'll just continue with, nah, I want some of them to be squares. So let's do, oh wait, I could do all of them as squares and then just do roundness properties to animate them. That'd be cool. So I can make some of them look like circles if I want. Ronti Deb says, do you scribble or plan the storyboard before on paper? If yes, curious to see that. I've got like some references or some little things that I'll scribble out. You probably won't be able to see them from here. I don't have a cameraman to be able to work with this, or I need like one of those top-down projectors that teachers use. I've got like this scene barely sketched out. It's literally just like, I don't know if you can even see it. It's the 5 rows, and then it's just got like a little arrow showing that I want them to like the middle one to pop up first and then the next 2. So there's not a whole lot going on there. And then this next scene, scene 8, with this like cascading row of planets, I've got that like generally drawn out. But there's really not much planning visually that's going into this from like a sketch standpoint. I'm usually just visualizing it in my head, and then that's where I'm where I'm writing the descriptions from. So like I've got enough in the description, in the motion script, to where I'm able to pretty easily understand what I need to be animating. Or not animating, but designing on here. Metaverse says, what would your process have been if you weren't using Overlord? I would primarily be doing, I would make all of this and then in Illustrator still, and then I would save the Illustrator doc and have to import the actual Illustrator file into After Effects and then separate out each of the layers that I needed. Generally just a huge pain. Overlord is such a good plugin. It saves me so much time, and the actual like setup of being able to have things in the exact same position that you had them in Illustrator is super valuable. Mr. Grease says, what's the song for this one? Ooh, good question. I can't believe I haven't shown it yet. Here we go. Let me turn off the Spotify for a second and turn up the desktop audio. 1 second. Cool. Here is the audio for this one. Let's do it. The really like hefty reverb at the end on this one should make it feel pretty intense, but there's the song. 10 scenes. It's gonna happen. We'll make it work. Franco says the Bible, then Austin's sketchbook. I could probably put like scans of all of these motion scripts up at some point, and my handwriting's awful, but it could be interesting. BZOA says, good afternoon. Glad to see you, BZOA. Welcome. And then we've got Kazwan said something, but the message has been retracted. Tragic. Hopefully that wasn't something that like YouTube did or something. Anyway, here we go. Yeah, Mr. Grease says, ooh, that's spacey. Absolutely. I'm really excited for it. Let's have all of these be squares, and then we'll do every 2 on the spacing. So add another one over here, and then now I'll do, cool. And then that's our row of shapes. Then I'll go in here and group all of those and just send them on down. Now we've got our rows of shapes for each of these. I'll move these to where they're like in the center to start with, I guess. And then I'll be able to round some of them. That should work fine. And then what I'm gonna do is have some things I can use as mats here. I'm gonna grab one of each of these. Oh, which means I'm really gonna have to separate each of these out, aren't I? Actually, no, I shouldn't have to worry about that much. And then these white slots will slide over top of each of these, causing these to turn into black versions instead of the shapes. It should be cool. Or if I don't decide to do that, maybe I'll do just like some line that slots through each of them and like makes them turn into outlines or something. Because I'm thinking having the like all white might not match the rest of this, the scene super well. So what if I do that? Actually, let's do one line that goes through the center of each of these. And as it taps into each shape that's in there, those shapes will like become outlined versions instead of these solid white ones. Metaverse No says, I don't have Overlord, but I'm collecting money to buy it. It is absolutely a worth it investment, I would say. Cool. That's fun. And then this is going to slide to the left and then off to the right. And we're going to have our big set of planets, which is going to be really difficult to do with all this stuff over here, but that's fine. And then I'll have to go back to each of these and add color and all that fun stuff, but it'll be good. All right, so we've got one big planet here. It'll be like to there, I guess. And then we'll paste one in the back of that and do like times 0.5. Bring it out here. Do that again. Times 0.5. Bring it out there again. All the way until we reach the end of this section. Control B, then do half again. This is gonna look dope. Marcelo says review merch. Hat is sick. Appreciate you, bro. Glad to see ya. We gotta get some for sure. We are getting them for our interns, but we got to be able to send them out to some freelancers that we work with and that sort of thing too. But we're working on figuring out, I can't remember where Noah got this hat in particular. We actually both bought hats for each other and merch for each other for Christmas without knowing that either of us was doing that. And so we both got hats. So we each have like 3 of them, but I like the whatever brand he used for this one is more comfortable and is a higher quality hat than the ones I found. So we gotta figure that out, but we'll absolutely set that up. I mean, I've already got the Gumroad set up. We've got the Discord community and all those things. So like we'll set up some review merch and those sorts of things at some point. I know Noah loves doing merch design as well. So some cool shirts and hoodies and those sorts of things too. Kazwan says, excellent graphics and creativity. I did a lot of work for Video Hive, but my account was blocked due to US sanctions. Oh, that's unfortunate. Yikes. Is Video Hive under US sanctions? I never knew that. Strange. Maze says, saw you on Insta, now you're my hero. I appreciate that. I'm honored. Richel, I hope I'm saying that right, at least in one of those, says, I just also bought Battle Axe as a Anubis plugin. I never thought I would fall in love with it as much as I did. I've heard really, really good things about it. You're supposed to be able to directly export MP4s from After Effects. That sounds kind of awesome. So I might have to check that one out too. Marcelo says, haha, amazing, can't wait. Absolutely. I'll let you know when we've got it set up. It'll be cool. All right, I shouldn't lost hold of that one. Times 0.5. Grab another one. Times 0.5. I mean, at this point, they're like not really getting that much smaller, but that's okay. I could have just done this with a repeater or something, but no thanks. Repeaters have been the death of me in the past. Times 0.5. Oh, this actually is never going to reach the end. I'm realizing. I would have to do so many copies. So I think I'll just do one more because the actual stroke might just be too big at this point. Cool. That looks dope. Fun perspective on that one. And then all I need now is a little spaceship to bring out in front. I think I'm just going to do a ball instead, to be honest. It would look a little strange to have this like hyper detailed object in the midst of all of these really non-detailed things. So I'm just gonna grab that ball. It's gonna come out to the center of the frame. Let me make sure it's actually centered. I don't think any of these are centered. Why is that not? Weird, okay. Ungroup those, that sits in the middle. And then I need a trail behind it. I'll have to figure that out. I'm not quite sure what I want that to look like yet. And then I need it to be wherever the end of this thing is. I'm hoping it's there. All right, so we'll do a little trail. Maybe it'll have some like multicolored stuff on it. I'll do like a taper, so it kind of falls, like it'll fall off to the back here. That could be interesting. But we'll figure that out. Cool. And then what's this next one? Ship pulled into a black hole. Oh, this is going to be the hardest part of the whole video, is making it actually look like a black hole. But we'll figure that out. I want it to feel like one of the black holes from Interstellar. So I gotta pull some of those up for reference. Try and get some of those more like organic shapes going on in there. I don't know. Clinton says working on the currently animating t-shirt. That would be so funny. For the little section down on the bottom of the screen. That'd be funny. I still can't believe I originally wanted to only put like 5 to 10 minutes into the like graphics pack for my stream, because we didn't even know how well people were going to take it when I first started streaming or any of that stuff. We didn't know if people were going to care enough to watch. So we didn't want to spend that much time putting things together for it. So I've still got this stream package. It's just like this 5 to 10 minute thing I threw together. But now that there's, I mean, today I've seen numbers on the screen, like 60 people watching at the same time. So probably good to start investing in some more stuff, like some nice stuff for the background here. And right now I have to take all of the equipment we have set up in the studio for our client calls and just bring it out here to the office anytime I want to stream. But it'd be nice to have like a more permanent setup here so I can stream whenever I want and not have it feel like I gotta go tear down all of our stuff that's in there. But we'll figure that out. But I can't take away the currently animating or currently script writing now. It's part of the brand for sure. Let me pull up some black hole references, shall I? Black hole, there we go. I want one like this. That looks so sick. So to me, this looks like, oh wow, that's actually a really difficult shape to make. Okay, so we've got our normal black hole, or like the actual center of it here. And then what we've got after that is this like kind of sombrero shape on the top, and then more of just like an arc rainbow sort of shape on the bottom, but it like bends outside of it. I would just do some sort of what am I looking for here? Some sort of effect or warp or something in After Effects to make it look more like this, but I feel like it'd be really cool to have those sort of already planted in here. We'll see. But this looks super, super cool. I definitely want to see how closely we can replicate this. So let me try and make this like sombrero shape, shall we? Let's grab, like, where are the edges of this thing gonna be? Probably like here and here. Delete that. This will be our like center shape here that does this big bright section. It'll probably go from there to there, and then I'll add all of these other bits on another layer. And then also after this part, we've already got the whole storyboard done. It's just like adding color and some other things to it, and we're good. This has been probably the fastest I've ever storyboarded. I'm really trying to hit a good time today. Not able to do those 9-hour streams anymore, you know? It's just a little too much. All right, so we need something that bows out from here. Oh, I know what I'll do. I'm gonna add, how many rings are in this? It's like a super, super tiny difference. Let's do like that size or something. Add it to the end, and then we will simply make a bunch of copies of this. Down to there feels about right. And then what I'll do is go in here, say transform, scale, or no, whoops, I meant to do transform each, and then I'll bring this down to like 25% on each of these, so that I've got just little markers that I can hit. And then I can, on another layer, come in here and do out from here to here. Oh, I guess I need these on the other side too. Shucks. Wait, how am I gonna do that? Let's try it first, I guess, and then I'll figure out if I've done something silly or not. Here we go. Grab our curvature tool, go from the edge there to the edge here, and then back to the edge again. Okay, so it's like a tiny, tiny difference. And then just duplicate that, bring it up here, duplicate and bring up. Oh, this is gonna be a mess. And they're all kind of already going into the center still. This is gonna be tough to figure out. Ron Will says I'm concepting right now too. Awesome. What for? Just a personal loop or something? Am I really about to have to make a whole different layer for each of these? Oh man. Curvature tool, why do you do this to me? Because I was making these duplicates and then I can do, I grab this again and I say curvature tool. And then I just grab this and bring it back down here. And I grab this one, I bring it back down there. And then I make the next duplicate. And then I do the same thing. What's the thing for that? Shift tilde. That's a rather extensive shortcut to have to use. There we go. This will be worth it though, I think. It'll feel like it's actually similar to that thing. All right, grab that again. Drag that down to the center. Cool. And then I'll have to do the same thing on the top, but it's going to be... Yeah, I'll have to copy paste this and then do some sort of curvature like off to the side. Just duplicate the circle and then scale it up, then remove the top. I guess that could work, but it's because it's got the like, they're all coming back into the center here. You see like how they're all like curling back to this side? That's the thing that I'm gonna need to replicate, and we're like starting to get there, I think. Actually, wait, no, you're right. I do just have to drag it back in, I think. Except it's not made with the curvature tool. This is gonna be strange. Let me remake the circle really quick, I guess. But with points I can manipulate more easily. Okay, so bring this one down here. And then grab these. It's because it like bows out to the side as well. What should I do for that on each of these? Is it like a 10% expansion in the scale each time? Because then I would need like another little thing to bring it back in. Make a square and scale it vertically every time and round it up to 100 on both sides. Square and scale it vertically and round up to 100 on both sides. Interesting. That could do it, I think. Let's try that, but that's not gonna change. Like, it bulges out on the side too. That's weird. But let's try this method, shall we? Get all the way out to here. Okay. And then grab these points, drag them all the way in. Maybe what I should do is have these same points. And actually that means I'll just move this for now down here. I'm gonna grab these same points that are down here and move them over to the other side as well. Let's do that. So group all of those, find our center here, and then say 90 degrees, copy. Whoops. Get them on all sides, and then now we can go back and continue doing this. So we now need one that comes all the way down here, but also moves out to this next tick at the same time. I think that'll do it. I think that'll get the curve right. Let's do that again. It's a good thing we got through all the other scenes pretty quickly, because this is going to be a bit of a doozy. Move that one there, and then these out to this part. This out to here, and then out here. And then down again. Oh, whoops, it didn't do both sides. Cool. And then down. Down again. Yeah, but I don't want it going in the upward direction. But offset paths could work if I was fine with it going that way too. I want it to stay flush along the center line. Okay, and then we'll do around each of these. Oh, Franco says, starting from the same rectangle offset path will create an exact distance copy for X and Y axis. This is true. Except I don't want these points. I just want these. I mean, it's working for the bottom part, and I feel like it will work for these up here as well. I'll just have to do those separately so that it doesn't get all wonky. But I think this will do it. And also this number of them that I have is kind of arbitrary. Like, I don't think I actually need this many of them to go all the way down to there. But it does give me more options to like play with different shades of white and stuff. So we'll mess with that. But then I need each of these. So like now this and this need to curve into the center. Same with this and this. Wait, why is it not letting me grab the right one? There we go. That one and that one, and they all curve into the center as well. Oh, because I have these already all the way rounded, it won't let me do it. Oh, I had to do it the opposite way. Well, at least we're learning, you know? I need to do all these top ones first. Gosh, this is a really like monotonous task to have to do. But it'll be worth it. Because this should give us exactly what we were looking for. All of them just kind of lining up to that center spot. Yeah, this is gonna work. This is gonna work perfectly. Once I've got that, it'll be good. Grab this one. Move all of that over. And it's gonna limit the amount that I can pull these in, but it should still work fine. I hope. All right, then this one. Cool. M. Sam says just drag A while holding the mouse button, select all the points. I thought about doing that, but each of these is being rounded at a different amount. So if I just selected all of them, then they, like, some of them wouldn't get rounded as far as they need to be, you know? It's kind of like, it sucks, but all of them are at different lengths, so I gotta make all of them rounded differently. Let me grab each of these, bring them all in. Like, these are kind of flat down here now, but I think that's all that I can move them in. I don't think they'll go further than that. Yeah, now it's just kind of flat. But that's all right. Can add some bulge or something to it. Or like add some turbulent displace maybe. Chomp says new subs here, bro. Absolutely. We've doubled the amount of people in the stream. I'm trying to get some studio owners to come on here with me eventually, and we'll do like some work critique of people in the chat. But anyway, we'll do like some critiques together. Should be fun. Okay, and then if I remove that, that part works fine. I should get like another one of these inside of here so that we've got that like inner ring going on. It's actually not that far out. It would probably be like here. No, it'd be a little bit in. Let's say like there. Keith says that would be there. Keith says that would be sick. Need more water. All right, and then this one is in the center. Cool. And then we need this top part of it curving around is going to be real difficult, I am afraid. But also, it doesn't have to look exactly like this because we're making our own thing. So it's not like too big of a deal if it doesn't look exactly right. What I'll probably end up doing is adding some level of turbulent displace down here. So that way it's got like, feels a little more organic, but we will certainly find out what works best. Though I am not liking that like the spacing is so far off on this part. Now it's more even. Oh, it's not exact though. Like there, I think. And then I'm gonna do like other things in After Effects that I don't want to do in Illustrator, where I'll have like tapers on the strokes, so that we'll get some like variation in the stroke width and those sorts of things. But it should work fine. And I'm hoping that this will end up being like, and M Sam says, you're exactly thinking what I'm thinking. To be honest, the shape feels very complicated compared to the other frames where everything is simple. I'm hoping that there will be like enough of these and they'll all move together, so it'll feel like it's not too much more complicated than this other stuff. Because it'll feel like it's more like one unit, I guess. I don't know. We'll have to try it out and see what works. I might end up just deleting these and then like only have one or something. Like if I just had one on the outside, or like maybe I just had this center one. But I don't know. We'll see. In fact, I might, so I don't have to go through like trying to make a whole other extra complicated shape. Just go ahead and move this to the top as well. And then like have this be slightly off axis or something. Then we'll have our little ball from before get stuck, like pulled into here. We'll have these be able to like grow further from where they are. That should work fine, I think. Cool. And then what I'll probably do now is go from, I'm gonna start like I'm gonna repave these a little bit, so to speak. I'll go from where they start to their like rounded point and then all the way up to the top. So that way it is like fully rounded. Does that work? Or does that bow out too much? That might bow out too much, I think. Unfortunate. All right. Sam says Google or Pinterest black hole design to see how people approach this. Good call. I found an interesting looking one from Dribble that looks kind of cool. There's also this thing, which wouldn't be too hard to recreate, that we could easily incorporate into the center of this thing. That could be interesting. Another person, it is like this. Lots and lots of different options. You can just have multiple circles normally and then apply like a bulge effect on AE to get the black hole look. You're probably right, honestly. Let's just give that a shot. Let me delete these layers. I'll just hide that one in case we decide we want to use it later or something. And then, okay, we've got this central one. I really like this one quite a lot. But I do think that like having a more outlined version of it would be cool. So let's grab this guy, paste in front, and then we'll do like a times 1.1. And then times 1.05. Oh, whoops, I forgot to duplicate it, my bad. And then maybe one more that's smaller than that. Times 1.025. There we go. And then we can just, yeah, we can, that's already looking more like this than the other one was anyway, let's be real. And it doesn't even have any of the like curves and stuff on it. It looks a little better. And then what I'll do to get this like big flare thing, it's got a bunch of like individual ellipses in here, but that's probably gonna be too much. So what I'll end up doing is just changing this to like a, maybe like a 10 point or like a 20 point stroke. And then I'll just add taper on it to be able to have like that larger bulge sit right there. But I do really like this section, like just having a bunch of smaller circles inside of here that make it look like it's got some depth to it. And maybe that like gives us more opportunity to actually have this get like stuck inside of it. Like I feel like trying to animate this going into the black hole, I don't know what the black hole is gonna do. Like I don't know what the reactionary thing is going to be as this is going into it. I could try and like do some liquefy or warping to some of these individually to where it looks like it's pulling them along, and then it like snaps back once it's inside of it. But I'm not entirely sure yet, to be honest. So I think I might try and recreate something like this. How are they doing that? It looks like they've got all of these attached to like this end point here, and then it's just 1, 2, 3, 4, like 4 or 5 copies in there. We can just see what that looks like. So we'll do, we'll make another copy there, and then we'll do like half the size or half the width. So we'll just say divide by 2. Nope, I said divide by 2. Ooh, but wait, it also, oh, it's like half, and then it also gets smaller widthwise. Okay, interesting. So it actually looks like it's doing a, like, it starts becoming an ellipse and then moves in on the other side. So we'll do like divide by 2 on the width and then times 0.75 on the height. And then that lets us put that down there. Except that feels like way too far down already. But it's also because they've got these curved lines that are going into it. Huh. That's a strange thing to figure out. But I guess it's not too bad. You kind of just go from like the middle of this part all the way to the outside, which would be like over here. And then from the middle of the very, very smallest one all the way up to like 3/4 of the way. We can figure out how to do this with math, probably. But let's start this one at like 75%, maybe. Okay, so let's do divided by 2 on that, and then times 0.75 again. And then the same thing, divided by 2, times 0.75. It's already starting to look like it. Like I'm starting to see this like fake tunnel sort of thing that's going in there. It looks kind of cool. Let's do it one more time. Divided by 2 and then times 0.75. Okay. Oh, that looks so sick. And then maybe there's like one more, but it's like, I'll do this one a little bit more manually. It's like more of a circle, kind of. Now that messes with the math. Okay, so then from there, we just draw these lines outward. So we'll do from the second smallest out to the middle here. So there, let's grab this on another one. Grab this, and then where does it start curving? It's like halfway in between it and the outside. So like here-ish. Let's try here. Okay, and then another one of these. Actually, I'm kind of curious to see if we do like, if it was just a normal shape. I don't know. We'll try this. Transform, reflect, horizontal, and then bring it to the other side. And then we've got another one that happens from the... Oh, I accidentally did it from the very smallest one. Whoops. We need another one that happens from the smallest one. So I guess I'll grab this again. I'll do one more of these. Divide by 2 and then times 0.75 and bring that down. Okay. And then we've got this one going from here to the center. Where's the center of this thing? Like here-ish? And then all the way up here. Oh, that was too close to the center. Let's do like there-ish? There's an anchor point here somewhere. I saw it. Let's try that. Okay. Whoops. Where did that go? All right. And then same thing. Grab that. Transform. Reflect. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Horizontal and bring it all the way down here. That's pretty cool looking, I would say. And then we'll have like the really bright part of it be over here maybe. I don't know how we're gonna animate that though. Maybe these all like start further out here and then get pulled in? I don't know. This is gonna be interesting. M. Sam says, I just got something in mind that is similar to what you're doing. Mind if I share a link here? Let me send it on Discord. I think that YouTube just doesn't allow links in the chat. I've looked for the setting for it and it won't let me enable anything. to change it. So Discord would probably be best. Fossil says hello, Austin, and then Sam says, or never mind, it's not similar. Alrighty, that's fine. And Danny says, what's the difference between that pen tool and the standard pen tool? The curvature tool will automatically judge what would be like a nice curve between 2 points, or between a set of points. So it just, sometimes if I want something that feels super smooth, I'll just end up using that. And then you can like select the points that you've made and drag them around, and it'll adjust the curves more easily than with the standard pen tool. Paul says, sup, first time catching up live. Glad to see you. Welcome, welcome. All right. But that should be good. Then all of this stuff is going to like expand upward. Wait, what artwork is here? Oh, I don't need this anymore. The black hole is going to expand up once the ball gets into it. And then we'll collapse down into the word. That should work fine. Quaid says, I love the concept. Appreciate it. Fossil says, I messaged you on LinkedIn some days ago, but didn't know you had a channel. Then I saw Ben Marriott's video and came here. Ben has certainly had an impact. That's definitely the case. All right. Don't need that anymore. And then, all right, other than that, it's now just like adding color to this thing. And I already know some places where I want to add it. I think it'll be super cool to have this like start as the white, and then as it gets closer to the inside be a different color. So we'll do like yellow as a stroke on that, and then this one will be a like the blue, and then we get down here and we've got the red. Oh, whoops, I didn't want that for the fill. Except that does mess with this a bit, but I think I can just do a gradient overlay on those, and or not a gradient overlay, but a gradient stroke, and it should look cool. Zadie says, hi Austin, I really want to start motion designing, but I don't know where to start. Do you have ideas? Consuming as much content from the industry as possible is incredibly helpful, and then also just making shit by exploring the different effects that are in After Effects or whatever program you're using. I used to literally sit there for hours and just make a solid or a shape or something, and then just add every effect onto it one by one so I could figure out what it did. And then just like testing, like I would find videos that I liked from other people in the industry and then try and recreate some of their stuff. And that would help me learn different techniques and things I could use in my own videos. But yeah, that's how I started. And then Zara says, my biggest flex is I knew him before Ben Marriott's videos. There you go. Fossil says, how did you learn motion design, by the way, like in college or online? Self-experimentation, really. Just sitting there in After Effects and trying a bunch of stuff out and looking at other content across the industry. I haven't taken any formal courses or anything online. I've used like a tutorial here and there if I really got stuck on something, but generally it's just from taking in content and then just trying out little experiments in After Effects. Sam says, are you going to animate that the way I'm thinking? I'm not too sure, honestly. It's going to like fall in here and then it'll like disappear by the time it's over here. So it'll be like set matted to, I'll have a set mat that makes it so it can't be seen outside of this object, I guess, at a certain point. And then these circles will all kind of like shrink down as it's coming in, and this will also shrink down. I think that should be cool. Franco says, should the last two curved lines go right to the center inside the hole? Right now, they're pointing to the same spot than previous lines. What do you think? I'm not quite sure what you mean by that. Two curved lines go right to the center inside the... Oh, you're saying like just put it right here? We can. I was just trying what the reference showed. But let's see what that looks like. Yeah, because having I think having it on the outside makes it look like it's actually like a gap that something could go into instead. That might be the reasoning on that, but it feels like it looks better to me this way. Let's grab, actually let's do, here we go. We'll do the light yellow, then the yellow, then the blue, another blue. Why is that still selected? No, we actually need another color, I think. Okay, so we'll grab this pink and then the red. And then I can do a gradient stroke on each of these. Let's try this out. Gradient, we'll do a linear, and it will go from, let's select that. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 colors. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I realize you guys can't see this. My face is covering it on the stream, but all I'm doing is just going over to the side panel and editing the gradient. Okay, then we need the blue and the light pink. Whoops, that redid that one for some reason. The blue and the light pink and the red. And how does that look? Well, first of all, it's in the wrong direction, so that's not ideal. And it doesn't quite match up. We need a lot more on each of these, I think. Does that work? No, it's got to be even smaller. Oh, it actually doesn't even get to the red. And this is like way down here. And the yellow is way down there. That should work, I think. Yeah, that's almost perfect. Same thing there. And then same thing with each of these. Oh, actually, I should start with white on each of these, shouldn't I? Let me do that. There we go. That looks right. Cool. That's kind of fun. Runty Deb says, really interested to know what your current process is for selecting the color palette. Do you follow any particular site for it? If I need a new color palette, I'll typically go to Behance and look through a bunch of different projects and then find something there, or like mix things from a couple different projects. Adobe Color is also a good resource. Yeah, those are usually where I'm going. Sometimes I'll also look up like a scene from a movie or something and then put that in Adobe Color to like take the color palette from that scene. That can be a fun way to get a color palette started too. Okay, says curious to see how this would be animated. I've tried something like this and failed. Well, I certainly hope not. I certainly hope that I can make it work. I think I need another one of this shape over top of everything, but that doesn't have a fill. Yeah, that should work okay. Oh, it's because these need the red on them. I see. Let me select the stroke again, and we'll do, this goes there, and there's another little tiny spot there that is the dark red. There we go. Keeping it accurate. There we go. This could possibly be a nightmare to try and animate, but we'll figure it out. Fossil says, I wanted to buy your project files to go through it, but I can't buy because I don't have a credit card. Is there any other way? I have PayPal and debit card. I feel like debit card should work, even though it's asking for a credit card, as long as you can still put in the card number and your security code. It should still be fine. but I'm not entirely sure because Gumroad handles the payment processing. I don't. And that'll get dragged in there. That should be cool. And then this will probably be some like mesh of gradients or something. I'm not sure. But okay, that's fine. Where else are we adding color? I'm really liking just everything being in black and white, honestly. But there's got to be some places where it makes sense. I want this background to be a gradient, I think. Let's see what we can do with this. It says we couldn't charge a card. Ooh, unfortunate. Yeah, I'm really not sure. Because I can't really take the payment individually. It's got to go through Gumroad. Dubstepkin says, I like to do some motion design, but I never used Illustrator for it. Should I try using it? It is a lot easier to me than trying to make shapes or use the pen tool in After Effects. So I would say so. Can't hurt to try. What would be a good gradient to use for this thing? Ooh, maybe that's what I do instead. Maybe I have like a bunch of big shapes around here that I can use as like glows on top of this section, and it'll like, those glows will rotate around and be able to like affect the lighting on this ball or something. Because I'm thinking more like, just for this scene though, I don't want it on any of the other ones. The lighting from this video, I'll take a screenshot of the section I'm talking about. It's a loop I made a really, really long time ago. Like this. That kind of like big shapes lighting the sides could be really, really cool. I think the way that would be easiest to do that would be making these shapes here. It would be a radial gradient. I don't want it being the same as the other one, but it would just be this, like, what would it be? Like this red color and then black otherwise, and then I can do like from the side down here, and then another one up at the top right that's set to like blue or something. Let me grab that. And then all I need to do is just make sure that these endpoints are set to 0 opacity. There we go. That didn't, I don't think. Oh, it's because I need to make the actual one in the background. And then like maybe a yellow or something on here, and that means this could have no stroke on it and just have like some inner glows moving around. That could be cool. Let me make those as well. This one will be the same as that. It'll be from this side and over to here, and then we'll do another one over top that is the opposite direction, but is the red color. Cool. That looks kind of fun. I want it to be a little bit more crushed than it is right now, though, I think. And then I'll add some layer styles and stuff in After Effects to make it feel a little bit more right, but this should work totally fine. And then I can have like little splashes of color in here. Like I'll just choose some of these to be these different colors. Like these will all be red, and then there will be some white ones, but there will also be some of these blue ones, and that way we just get some fun color moving in there. Okay, and then now I need to figure out what I want to do with this stack of shapes. Maybe I'll do, instead of having these be outlined here, I'll have these be filled with gradients as well, like one for each of these colors. So we did yellow, then blue, then red here. So I'll have that be the same sort of scheme on this one. No more outline, but add a gradient here. This will be 100%, and then we will have the top one be yellow. And then this one will be in the opposite direction, but it will be blue. And then this middle one will be red. And then we'll do like another blue one, but this time it'll be the dark blue instead. Actually, wait, let me have this one be pink. And then we'll have this one be the red. And then just drag it this way. And then we'll grab the same thing on this bottom one, but it will be this dark blue. That's kind of cool looking. It probably looks interesting with some deep glow on it and whatnot. It's kind of fun. We've got that. That one goes there. Any other places that might be good to have some color? The planets could be a good option. Maybe some of these like fractured elements have some color on them or something. Let's see. Oh, Fo still says, do you have a partnership with Gumroad? No, I don't, but like if I start offering like individual payments where like people can pay me via PayPal or whatever, just like as a one-off thing, then other people start to do that, and then I have to start keeping up with like all of those different interactions and things. So I try to just keep it to the Gumroad. Johan says, let's go, Austin. Yes, sir. We're making cool shit today. It's gonna be good. Murillo says, I just arrived and I'm really enjoying seeing your process. Appreciate it. Franco says, look at that light. Absolutely. Zara says, I like the way you don't know exactly how it will work, but also continue this. That's when I close the Illustrator and go back to Netflix. Yep. I just have it as a requirement for myself that I've got to have an animation done by the end of this. So we figure it out along the way. I kind of want more of this glow thing happening here. This feels like a little out of place now, like the colors are too saturated with nothing else going on there. But I also want there to be something on them. What if we do just the stroke color or something? So we start with a white one up there, then we've got the yellow, whoops. And we have the, and then I can actually have deep glow on these because it'll just do the outlines. I think that'll work fine. It was just feeling a little out of place, I think. And we'll have the one on the bottom be there each time. Cool. That works out fine. And then, is there anything else I want to do to these? Like, do I give them a tiny little section behind here so it looks like it's more of a 3D stack? That could be kind of cool. Sure, let's do that. Why not? I'm just going to grab each of these and drag them behind there. And there we go. Voila. Now they're 3D shapes. And these will all just like kind of slide behind each other. So these need to be in front, then these need to be in back, then these need to be in back, these in back, and these in the back. Cool. Whoops, I don't want to close. I almost hit the quit button. MJXAP says, is Illustrator hard to learn? I mean, just like any Adobe program, it's got its quirks and things, but I feel like it's a lot easier than After Effects. Tristan says, how's it going, man? Glad to see ya. Bo still says, mad patience. Absolutely. Franco says, they look like fake 3D boxes with that gradient. Will you rotate them? Well, we might now that they're like this, it might be easier. Fozil says, do you use expressions in After Effects? Very rarely. I have extremely little knowledge of expressions and just general like code languages and those sorts of things. I just don't have a lot of experience with it. But I haven't had to rely on them too much yet. Franco says, oh, there you go. Yeah, this is going to be a better way to do it, I think. And then we'll like have this one scene that's got like the extra lights and stuff, but I don't think we need that all over the place. That should be fine. What else? These strokes will have like the little cracks that come through will each be different colors, I think. Let me grab some of the individual ones and be like, okay, these are the yellows, and these that are further down will be the blues. And then these that are even further down will be red. So that way the cracks feel a little bit more dynamic, I guess. And then what else here? Andy Ham says, what's your C4D experience and how often do you find yourself using it? Extremely little with cinema, especially. I might have used it like twice, and I just never really got into it. Blender, I've got a little bit more experience with. I did animate an entire project for a client at an old marketing agency I worked at in Blender. And that was after only doing some like test animations and stuff just for fun, kind of like these loops, for like 2 or 3 months. So not like a whole lot of experience generally. I don't even know how to quantify that, honestly. I might have used it for like 6 months total, consistently, but that was a while ago at this point. Fozil says, you are making these kinds of animations without expressions. With expressions, you would become a god in After Effects. Maybe I'll have to check it out. 1 second, I just got a text from my friend who's going to be staying here this weekend. Cool. Ahmad says, in for your PC. We've got a GTX 1660 Super, a Ryzen 5 3600, and 32 gigs of RAM. And my After Effects is on an SSD. All right, and then we can have some of these be different colors as well. Let's do, those are red, and then those will be yellow, and 2 of these will be blue. Cool. We'll do the same thing with these signal lines, why not? This one will be this one will be the yellow, then the blue, and the red. Andy Ham says, fair, thanks for your answer. No problem. Just not a lot of 3D experience. So I'm out here doing my trickery with perspectives in 2D. Tristan says, was good to see you being showcased in Ben's new video. Glad the hard work's paying off. Happy for you. I appreciate it. It's been a little surreal this week, that's for sure. Akwan says, thanks, no problem. Postil says, also one thing I noticed, why do you make animations in vertical aspect ratio? Because Instagram and everywhere else absolutely loves it. Everybody is looking at stuff on their phones now, so like the only times that we're doing horizontal stuff now is usually on client projects for like big brand films and those sorts of things. Any of the stuff I'm posting on social media though is definitely going to be vertical, because that's where people are watching it. And then Clinton says, not sure expressions would be of much use with these shorter animations. Maybe. I don't know, really. That looks like that'd be fine. I should probably do something with this planet. Just give it like some more features and things. I'll have to figure out like what the planet language is that I'm gonna use. And then we'll get some of these being different colors maybe. Let me send these all the way to the back of the layer. So I can grab these. Okay, so let's do like this one, this one, this one. Whoops, I didn't mean to grab that. There we go. Grab those. These are now all yellow, and these are all going to be blue. And we'll grab a couple, it'll be red. Cool. That's fun. And then, what to do with some of these things? I mean, I could have, instead of making some like big planet language or something, I could just have like one light that's coming off of this, and then like the ring itself is a gradient stroke. That could be fun, but we'll have to find out what looks best. I've Animator says Friday full of meetings, late, but I'm finally joining. Glad to be here to learn. I feel that. I actually had to move some meetings because of needing to do the stream and stuff today. Next week is going to be pretty busy for sure. Fossil says expressions are useful at any scenario if you know how to use the slider controls and all, but it's very complicated. Yeah, I've used it. I mean, the most I've used expressions really is for maintaining stroke width, despite scaling shapes and those sorts of things. And then for like camera shakes and using wiggle is usually the only expression I'm using at any given time. Ululu says Ben brought me here. Thanks, Ben. Appreciate it. Ben's bringing everybody in today. Fossil says it makes everything automated and all values are connected to one another. Very true. Talking about expressions. Do I want this to be a different color, or will that look strange? We'll just keep it all white. Danny says the last class I'm taking from my master's is a coding class, and I was like, maybe this JavaScript will help me write some expressions, but nah, that shit is too hard. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope it becomes more useful. Let's do. Maybe we can have. I mean, we've already kind of established some language for the planet here. Why don't we grab this shape, and then we'll have 3 glows that can like rotate around inside of it or something. So no more stroke on this, but we'll grab that and say like from the outside here to the center. Then we'll grab another one and change the color to the blue. Actually, let's do the dark blue. And then grab another one of these and change the color to the yellow. And then I'll have to redraw all these gradients because Overlord will not work if I don't have the proper, like if I try and rotate one of these gradients, it's gonna freak out. And then that one will be from like down here or something. But now I need to bring that yellow back, which is frustrating. Okay, and then grab that one and then move this one back. Okay. That looks a little odd, I would say. It might end up working well though. And then we'll just have this. What am I looking for? Oh, well, that means we're gonna have to do that for every single one of these, or I'll just choose like a couple different colors. That shouldn't be too bad. Clinton says, with each scene being so short, I don't see the need to connect much things to each other using expressions. It could be useful. Franco says, judging per your live stream time, I believe that you don't use time management techniques while animating. How do you avoid burnout on client projects? Client projects, I don't have to go through and do like an 8-hour sprint on sometimes. It's just these loops that I am sitting here working for as long as I do. It's just like I'd rather get through one of these all in one go. But on client stuff, I mean, there's no way to do that. It's like multiple weeks of different parts of the process. So it's not really much of a problem there. And then for the live streams, I don't really get burnt out because I mean, it's going through the entire process. So there's like enough different things for me to be doing during the actual live stream that it's not like that big of a deal. And then I also get to answer questions and those sorts of things the whole time. So that can be fun. What would be useful here? If I take this out and make this a gradient stroke instead, what's that gonna look like? But then stretch the gradient out where everything isn't so smushed together. And then we'll try that. That should work all right. Except we'll do like 90 degrees maybe. Cool. I kind of like the lights, but I'm also not super sold on them. Like I think we'd be totally fine to just keep this as an outlined shape and then just do the gradient stroke with a glow on it or something. Just keep that as like a pretty wow moment. And then each of these can just be a different color or something. Though I do kind of like how that looks. It's just not exactly what I'm looking for. Let's see. Franco says, yeah, I can imagine. Also, these kind of live streams are so relaxed and fun. I agree. This is like my favorite thing each week. And then Franco says, as far as I know, just gradient shapes in response to Danny asking, is that a mesh gradient on the planet? No, it's just 3 radial gradients. Fosil says, do you use the K-bar script? I don't know what that is. I don't use it personally. Jenny says, oh, I see. No, the gradient is sexy. Maybe we'll bring it back. I'm not sure. I don't quite know how. It does look good, and then I could move it around and have some extra lighting going on there. We'll try it out. All right. We'll give it a try, and then I'll just need to, because I can still add like an inner glow around the whole thing, and that makes it kind of look like it's got that white stroke on it still, so that wouldn't be too bad. And then on this one, I can add, ooh, wait, hold on. For these, I think I'm gonna do something. I just had an idea. I'll do yellow here, or no. We'll do white in the center, and then blue, then yellow, and then red, and we'll do yellow again down here. So that way, like, as these lines tap into these shapes, they'll change to the actual color of the line or something. Fossil says, K-bar creates presets for expressions or any effects. You don't have to worry about typing codes every time. Oh, well, that makes, I mean, I guess that makes sense why I wouldn't use it then, since I'm not really using expressions. But it sounds cool. Ululu says, what are you doing when you are stuck? Are you using some external help like forums? Typically I'll just look it up on YouTube and find a tutorial or something. Andy Ham says, K-bar is handy. You can make your own custom buttons for just about, ooh, custom buttons for anything. Now that does sound useful, especially if I get like a Stream Deck or something for my workflow. I think it'd be cool if I could assign it to one of those buttons. Danny says, I've been super drawn to these geometric simple designs for motion design, but recently I kind of wanted to do 2D character animations like DK. I don't know what to focus on. Any tips? I would just try both, and you'll probably find that you like one of them more than the other. You don't necessarily have to block yourself off from doing either of them until you've like tried them out a good bit. All right, we're going ahead with the gradient shapes, or the gradient planets. Except I need, okay, so I'll need to copy this one, then grab this. We'll have this one start on yellow. Honestly, I think for these, because they're just so big, I might end up just doing some sort of layer style or something. And just doing like very, very like small lighting on the sides of these. But I'll change to like make sure I know which colors I want to use for each one. So like that one will be yellow planet, and this one will be blue planet. And this one is red, and then we got another white one. And a yellow, and a blue. Oh, this one didn't change to red for some reason. And then another red one all the way down there. And then just so there's not like this really bright spot down at the end, I'm gonna delete that. Cool, that looks fun. And then I'll add like little bits of lighting on it afterwards. Fossil says, how many scripts do you have? I use Overlord, Deep Glow, Ease Copy, and FX Console. That's it. I very, very rarely add new plugins to the roster. I just don't really have that much use for plugins right now. I don't like crowding my After Effects too much. But okay, finally, 2 hours in, we're done with the storyboard, I think. I think I've got everything I need in here to be able to animate. That took a lot longer than I thought it would. I had all of those down within 30 minutes. I must have just really slowed down. I'm gonna need to grab more water. But then we'll jump into animating this stuff. I'll switch it to the mode where it shows like my whole screen, so I can just like keep moving back and forth between After Effects and Illustrator. So the screen will be a little bit smaller, but literally all I'm doing is just selecting the shapes and hitting one button on Overlord, and then like making my layers last however long this scene is and whatever in my After Effects comp. But let me grab some water. I will be back in just a second, y'all. right, y'all. Let's jump back in. I'm gonna turn down the music real quick. I'm not blasting everyone's ears off. All right, here we go. Got some more chats. Here we go. Ahmad says, can you please just explain your movement? I try and make things feel like how they would with actual physics. Like if something is moving really fast off screen, it better start super fast in the next scene, or like whatever it's cutting to better be moving fast as well, and then it can slow down or whatever. But yeah, it's really just trying to like maintain momentum at all costs. I never want anything to just be sitting still and not doing anything. I feel like that pretty much encompasses all that, honestly. Let's see. Danny says ADHD is killer. I keep getting sidetracked every time I feel like I have a direction. Oh, that sounds awful. I'm sorry. Thomas is based. Animator says, have you ever used Keysmith script in AE? I haven't heard of that. Postal says, LOL, I probably have 20 to 30 scripts, but nowhere close to your work. It shows skills matter more than just equipment. Absolutely. I would agree. I, for a long time, was very hesitant to use any sort of plugins, even though, like, even Overlord. I didn't want to use it because I was like, nah, I'm just going to be an After Effects purist and only use whatever is in the program. That was silly of me. Because that like sped up my workflow so fast, but oh well. I'm still pretty hesitant to use like new plugins and stuff. Lulu says, anyone in here use Lottie? I have tried to export my AE file to code. Lottie doesn't allow to export effects and all the useful stuff, so I had to retrace everything using masks. Tedious work. We get a lot of projects from people looking to have Lottie animations made for their websites now, and it's really just working within those restraints. Like I've always got the Lottie supported features page pulled up that's got like all the check marks and X's on which features are allowed and which aren't, and then if something doesn't work within Lottie, I just tell the client, I'm like, we can't do this like crazy, ridiculous looking glow here because that's not possible within Lottie right now. And then usually there's ways to do it with like, I can make glows using some radial gradients with transparency on like the endpoint, so it makes it look like it's just a glow coming out from an object or something. But anyway. There are better ways, or there's different ways. You can use like WebGL or 3JS and those sorts of libraries to be able to make other animations, but I don't know of ways to just export directly from After Effects to those things. Zara says, yeah, wiggle on everything. My motion design skills are depending on it. That's funny. All right. All right. Let's keep going, shall we? Moving stuff to After Effects is going to be the move now. Just checking on the Discord, making sure that things haven't blown up while it's been on Do Not Disturb. Okay, cool. That sounds good. I'm pretty sure we're past 400 members now. I'll put the link in the chat again. We're doing all sorts of stuff over there. Going to have fun announcements early next week about some things that we've been working on for people to participate in there. Fossil says, yeah, but sometimes the scripts become like a materialistic thing and not a utility. You just become a nerd at this point and get dopamine hits every time you buy a new script. I can see it from that perspective. Ahmed says, how do you choose the music? I sometimes just sit on artlist.io and I'm just listening through all of the new tracks that have come out, and I'll just bookmark ones that I like. It's really just a feeling thing. I just keep going until I find one that feels right. And then Postal says, at least that's the case with me. Understandable, man. I gotcha. All right, let me move over to this. So now everybody can see everything on my screen, and we are going to start moving everything over from Illustrator to After Effects. I'm gonna bring down the audio levels on the After Effects itself, so that way I can not have my ears blasted off. But it should be all right. Except now I'm realizing that I'm gonna have, I already have audio keyframes on there, so I'm just gonna pre-comp this and say audio, and then reduce the sound from there. There we go. And I should probably redo my markers actually on the top of my what's it called? Top of my timeline as well. Is that a helicopter? What is happening? There's like some super loud noise outside. It sounded like a car going by at first, but then it just kept going. All right, there we go. And we'll just relabel these. Whoops, 3 and 4, 5. I don't need to label anything on that one. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And I'm gonna try and animate this stuff as fast as possible. But here we go. We got our background. Add that in as our background layer. Easy peasy. And then we've got our shapes on this stuff. So we've got that guy and this guy. Both of those are going to continue past this point, but they'll stop at scene 3. Okay. This one will be planet, and this one is moon 1. And then once we get here, I need all of these moons except for one of them. We'll just say like this one won't be in there. And I'm going to add those all into After Effects. And we will call these moons others. Move that over. I need to pull my YouTube back up. There we go. Zara says, I saw work of Ahmed on LinkedIn inspired by you. What a surprise he is in here right now. Absolutely. Andy Ham says, do you think about motion when designing a frame, or are you more focused on just making cool looking frames and worrying about the motion later? I'm absolutely focused on the motion more than making it look cool. Like I just want as much as I need so that I can then just do everything else in After Effects generally. Fossil says, currently freelancing on Upwork and I'm top rated, but it's very hard to find top quality clients because most of the people want cheap work there and they don't care about quality. How do you find them? Oftentimes a lot of our clients are just finding us now. We're not really having to do much outreach because we're just posting work that people like. We're just putting it out there, and then if people want that sort of work, they'll come to us. Because we've had a really hard time trying to sell anybody on motion content. If the need isn't there, like if they don't need work, they're not all of a sudden going to need work because you asked them or something. Generally in our experience anyway. But yeah, Andy Ham says also, if you don't have mirror and offset, it's a nice little time saver like ease copy. Huh. I didn't know that either of those were plugins. I thought that they were just within After Effects. Like, isn't there just an effect called mirror or something? Vaishnav says, just saw your work in Ben Marriott's video. Well, welcome. Glad to see ya. Welcome from the Ben crowd. All right. That's all the ones we need for this. Other than that, I just need this guy is going to be our, this will be planet begin. And then we'll actually have that one end here. And we will have planet 2 that starts there and ends there. Then I need the other background elements that are on this one. Let me grab those. We'll say 2 BG. My microphone cable keeps getting in the way today. It's all over the place. All right, let me just move my keyboard a little bit. Let me remove, there's a bottom shape in here that we don't need. There we go. Put this in the background. Cool. Danny Twing says, oh, also I saw, asked about this in the Discord earlier, but do you have any good examples for commercial type stuff with a mix of motion design and stock footage? I don't, not off the top of my head, especially not with stock footage. We've got like some references for things that are just motion mixed with live action, but I'm not too sure. Noah might have some references or something you can send to the Discord though. Someone was asking about good examples for commercial work with a mix of motion and stock footage. Well, because I'm not sure about stock footage, but there's like stock photos. We've definitely seen stuff, and there's also like we've seen stuff where it's just live action mixed with motion. But
like the way that motion.
That could be a good. Yeah, that could be a good place. Noah said that it could be good to look at places where motion templates are advertised, because those will probably have some stock footage in them already in their ads and those sorts of things. Fossil says, how do clients find you? By Instagram or any other place as well? Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, LinkedIn, Reddit, and I think that's it. But basically just social media at this point. Andy Ham says mirrors your keyframes without having to manually switch them around. Interesting. I'm trying to think of a use case where that would be helpful. When you time reverse stuff? But can't you already just right click? You like select your stuff and you right click and say time reverse keyframes and it just does that already? And like, I don't know. I think it just changes the values of the keyframes. Like it just swaps them. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. Ahmed says, how do you respond to a client who says that the price is expensive for the motion? There are a million clients out there. So if people are not able to, if a certain prospect isn't able to pay our prices or something, it's totally fine because there's another client who will be able to. So there's no problem in saying no. You don't have to say yes to every project for sure. Especially if they're like, I mean, you can convince them to a certain degree that it might be worth more than they originally thought, but typically we're getting either people who like are fine with our pricing or it's like way, way below what we would even normally consider to begin with. I have had very few times where we've really had like much of a small gap that we can convince them on. Vaishnav says, can you make the After Effects screen a little more bigger? Yeah, once I've got, once I've got all my shapes and stuff transferred over, I'll make it larger. But this way I don't have to switch back and forth between After Effects the whole time when I'm doing small changes. And Danny says stock photos would be good too. In that case, I would look at the, what is it called? Oh, I can't remember. I think it's called Slinky or something. It was on Good Moves TV maybe a week or two ago. It was an ad made for Slinky guitar strings. And they used a lot of stock photography, but I would look that up. Andy Ham says, animate something out. It copies the frames and flips them around. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. I gotcha. That would be quite useful, actually. Quaid says, have you seen Cesso's motion graphics Royale videos? I have, yeah. We had a couple friends that were in that first one. They're interesting. I don't quite agree with some of their critique. I think that every single round, Noah and I were watching it together, and I think every single round we would have chosen like the opposite of what they chose, or like put through people that they didn't put through. So I don't know. I liked some of the projects that were in there though. It was interesting to see people have to make stuff super fast. Fossil says, yeah, but the competition is so high and every guy seems pretty experienced now. How do you market yourself? The loops, really. I mean, it's just taking the time to make stuff that I want to make. I'm gonna like stuff that other people might not, or that like other motion designers might not be doing. So it's not really about marketing yourself at all. It's just making stuff, and then people will eventually start to resonate with that as you get better and better at motion. And also, motion design is a pretty small industry in terms of people who are actually doing like commercial work for larger clients. There's really not that many people in it. Like there's a good amount of freelancers, but compared to like graphic design and some of these other industries that are more broad, there's really not that many people doing motion design super well. So if you really put the time in, it's not that difficult to get to a pretty solid place. Not to like invalidate like the effort that people are putting in, because I mean it does take a lot of effort to get to a point where people are noticing your work, but every time at Review we hit a milestone or on social media or something, it feels like it came easier than it should have. And I feel like that's the case with a lot of things. Like you just start putting in the work and things sort of work out. Clinton says currently chatting t-shirt also on the way. Cool. Love to see it. All right, let's keep moving these shapes over. I gotta start animating. All right, we've got that one, this one, this one. All of these are gonna be grouped. Cool. Okay, on this part we've got a platform. That's gonna end by scene 4. And then we'll grab all of these rows. So we'll say hero ball, move that, and then grab our first one, second one, third one, fourth, and fifth. All right. All of those will be gone by that point as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And I'll actually put the platform up above all this stuff, I think. All right. Moving on to, oh, I realize it's been on top chat this whole time and not live chat. Whoops. I hope I didn't miss any messages or anything. All right, here we go. I've Animator says your comments about the motion design industry are very encouraging. I've had a difficult year getting new clients. I mean, it's one of those industries where like we're just in a service industry and it's pretty big budgets on projects for like an individual thing. So there's just the ebb and flow of projects I think will always exist. Like there will be times where lots of work is coming in and then like no work is coming in, and that's just, we try and pad that as much as possible, or like stack out scheduled projects far enough to where it like we don't feel that as much anymore. But I definitely get what you mean. M. Sam says, I think I'm going to start making an animation each week. Got to pimp up my portfolio. It's also just a fun thing to do. I think it's really cool being able to look back only like 3 or 4 weeks and be like, I'm making stuff that feels way better now to me than I was even like a month ago. Fo still says, many clients I've seen have some bias against people from 2nd tier, 3rd tier countries. Like they see the location as, say, a very low price. It has happened to me with me a lot of times. I think I have seen that happen to some people for sure. I think as a freelancer, it can just be really helpful to get in contact with agencies instead. Because an agency can land the big budget or something and then afford to bring you on at whatever day rate you want, really, compared to like an individual freelancer trying to approach a company, especially larger ones, is probably not gonna happen, because I think a lot of companies with the bigger budgets need a team of people to be able to work on these projects, not just an individual person. So I would say reach out to some agencies and some studios and things and try to get on their freelancer list. If they like your work, I'm sure they'll be happy to work with you. All right, we gotta move this over. We'll grab all of this and say planet again. And then I gotta grab this ring and say ring, and then grab the ball, say hero, whoops. Hero ball 2, and then we will cut all of this off here. And then what happens on the next one? It all comes back into this one ball. Ball 3. That will end here. And now we need to figure out how to lay out these layers. So we've got our base platform. Then we've got our sets of cracks. So we've got our cracks 1, and our secondaries, that would be cracks 2. And then all I need to do is grab the fully fractured version here. There we go. Fractured platform, easy peasy. So I'm gonna grab each of these and make sure that they're all trimmed to the right layer length. Fossil says, yeah, but are there any good remote agencies? Like the local agencies here pay like nothing and it's pretty bad where I live and very hard for designers. I mean, I feel like any agency in the US or in Europe is working with remote freelancers. Like all of the freelancers that we're working with at Revid are in Europe, I think. They don't live here with us. I think you just got to put your name out there. Lots of Western agencies are definitely doing remote work now. Ryan Marco says, I'm back for the second week, enjoying your live stream at 12:22 a.m. in Dubai. Well, I hope you get some sleep eventually, but I appreciate you coming out. We're gonna have all of these cracks and things just parented to the base platform. Cool. And this fractured one won't even need to show up until like 2 frames before the whole thing is broken. Which actually is more like 1 frame, but that's okay. All right, then frame 6 or scene 6, we've got our individual little fragments here. I cannot wait to stop setting this up and actually animate it. And then we've got our satellite, which I'll probably need to do like multiple layers with. So we'll say this is like the base section. Sat base. And then we'll need wing 1, wing 2, and then we need our little antenna guy. Cool. All of that will be behind there. And then now we can have each of these end on scene 7. Let's see. John Stewart says, decided to animate alongside you. Also need to get my post done, Lamau. Absolutely. Let's do it. Ron Will says, animation race. Let's do it. Noah was telling me before I started the stream that he was going to race me, but I feel like I might win. I think I'm going to win. I think I'm going to do it. Fossil says, would you suggest working on LinkedIn the most for getting into agencies or other social media like Instagram? Honestly, they'll find you. It's easiest to find people on Instagram, I think, for agencies. But LinkedIn's a great place too to be able to individually connect with people from agencies you might want to work with. So you don't have to do just one of them. You can do both. And at the same time, I think just looking up different animation agencies or motion agencies and just hitting up their contact page and just sending them a message being like, hey, I'm a freelancer. Here's my work, here's my portfolio, and then here are my rates if you want to work with me, as well as like your availability in the next few months or something. That should be plenty of info to where like if they think your work is good enough for what they're doing, then they'll probably be willing to work with you. And you'll hear back, I'm sure. But it just takes finding the right one, that's for sure. There are hundreds and hundreds of agencies, I'm sure, that people haven't even heard of yet, or like little collectives and those sorts of people. So it's just about putting yourself out there, in my opinion. All right, all of these need to be attached to the sat base. Then we'll go to scene 7 and grab each of these. These will be our... actually, will I want these as like separate? No, we'll call these rings. They'll end in scene 8. And then we need each of these broken up into their own tier. Slide 1, 2, 3, line 5. Ululu says, what do you think is most important to show your versatility or your style in your portfolio? Well, it depends on the type of work you want to be doing. I always try and, well, especially now that I'm doing the loops and stuff, it's been pretty easy to like get work that I actually want to do for clients, because the stuff that I'm putting out there is the type of thing that I want to work on. Not necessarily like the exact style, but like the type of movement and those sorts of things. Like now we're getting people coming to us being like, I want you to just do your thing, and make something for me that does this, this, and this. And that's been pretty cool. So versatility can be good if you're like going to an agency or something and you want them to be able to book you on a bunch of projects. But if you want to have clients coming to you with like your dream jobs and those sorts of things, I would say just put the stuff out there that you want to be doing. I'm pretty flexible though. Like we're getting people that are asking for stuff like this, but I've done lots of other different work, so we're open to a bunch of different stuff. Fosil says you work in an agency as well. Yeah, I run a studio called Review.co with my friend Noah. We've been running it for 2 years. John Stewart says, gotten a couple of agencies freelancer list, but no projects. What do I do now? Please help. Need guidance here. It can always be super helpful to continue like every month or so, even if they don't ask you to. If you're on their list, they already like your work. So that's, I mean, you're already kind of past the front gate. But it can be helpful to just send each month like a little, hey, here's my availability for the month or something, so that they know that they can book you on a project that they just got or something. Because a lot of it really is just like a right place, right time sort of situation. That's definitely been helpful for me. But yeah, that's what I would say. Just try and keep some consistent contact with them. Not like so often that you're like sending an email every week or every 2 weeks or something, but like every month is probably a good pace. And then just so they know you're still around and available and all that. And then like you're doing now, posting more on social is always a good way to let people remember like, oh, I know that guy, he's on my freelancer list, and those sorts of things. Ron Will says most important thing is to have fun. Ahmad says fill the screen. I will fill the screen once I've got all the shapes over. I promise. There is not anything really interesting happening right now in After Effects. I'm not animating anything yet. All right, and then I need each of these as well as their own shapes. These will be slide line 1. Oh, I guess this one is slide line 3. That one's 1. This one's, oh, whoops, this one's 1. This one is 2. This one is 4, and this one is 5. And then we'll say that slide line 1 is parented to this one, and this one's parented to that one. This one's parented to this. This one goes to this one, and then slide line 5 goes there. Cool. That's easy enough. And then we've got each of these individual rows of shapes. We're so close to being done setting this up. I can't believe it's 2.5 hours in. I was so fast earlier in the stream. Unfortunate. There we've got shapes 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. And then I'll make my layers a little prettier here. Okay, that's fine. And then boom. All of these shapes are going to be blue, and all of these slide lines are going to be red or green, and then the slides themselves will just stay that same color, I guess. Okay, cool. That one's all set up. Now I need to get these planets in here, so I'm going to grab all these. I don't know how I grabbed that, but there it is. And then all of those. I'll probably want these all separated, actually. Which is just another way for me to have to label a bunch of different layers, but here we go. This one is planet P1, P2. Did it do that twice? Why does it have, okay, weird. Two of the same one, that's fine. P3, oh, P2. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's funny, we actually ended up with 8 planets. That was not the intent, like there was no real thought behind that, but cool nonetheless. Then we've got our hero ball, or our little ship. And then we'll add this as our ship trail. Cool. And all that's gonna get, oh, I forgot I have to make fractured versions of each of these, dang it. All right, I need to do that. That's fine. Fossil says, okay, as you co-own an agency, if you want to recruit someone, what do you see when a freelancer contacts you? If I want to recruit someone, what do I see when a freelancer contacts me? Huh. Let's see. So typically freelancers will reach out with their reel or their portfolio, their availability and the rate, and the types of projects they want to work on. That's usually what we're looking for. I don't know if that's the same for other agencies, but that's what I would expect. John Stewart says, I've sent out some emails today with a new project. Like, hi, I did something new. You might want to see it. That's a good way to do it, honestly. The emails that we used to send out when we had a new project or something, people did like those. And he says, also, you're a speed graph or a value graph user. Speed graph all the way, dog. I live in the speed graph. I might have opened value graph like 10 times over the past few years, at most. Zara says the screen is tiny. Yes, it is. I will change it once I've got everything into After Effects, I promise. Ron says value graphs are very nice for nulls. Is it different to, like, does it have different properties for nulls, or I don't know. I think since the animations have a lot of changes in position, speed graph may be better for that, mayhaps. Don't know. It feels better for me. I'll say that much. All right, here we go. Gravity text is gonna go in here. I'll have to add those extra little things to scene 8, but that's all right. Ooh, wait. Nah, I'm not gonna make them all fractured because that's gonna be just a million different shapes that I have to move. Instead, they'll just all become black and white and like get out of, they'll be misaligned and like kind of floating off into space a little bit. That'll be a way to do it. Good by me, keeping us from having to do a million different things. All right, then we've got our ship 2. It will stop here. That was funny. Ronwell says, sleeping on the values. Absolutely. I'll sleep on the values all day. Speed is where it's at, man. I'm telling you. Gustavo says, I just want to say that your work is beautiful. Huge inspiration. Cheers from Brazil. I appreciate you. Thanks so much. All right. Here we go. Time to figure out how to import this black hole. We've got our front ring sort of shape, or just like line, but I'll need to taper it. I don't know, it's gonna be a weird one. Johan says value graph is so good for anything that has one value, obviously. That makes sense. And yet somehow I've made it all work with speed graph. We're just out here, you know? All right, so we've got, these are our outside rings. Do I want to just make these all separate things? I don't really know. This has got to be its own separate shape because I need a set mat on it. This will be base, BH base. And then we'll have some stuff behind it. Ronwell says it's very pretty when used on scales. Feels silkier. Value graph is? Huh. I guess I can kind of see that. Paige says not sure if it's intentional, but in case it isn't, you're still on the just chatting overlay. Appreciate it. But I'll be changing it once I've got all of the shapes finished moving over, just so I don't have to keep switching back and forth between my Illustrator and After Effects setup. It gets to be a little much. Okay, and then these can all be on one layer. We've got the... Oh, whoops. I accidentally still have my split shapes to layers enabled on Overlord. Okay, these will be inside shapes. And then we'll have the inside lines will be on another layer. Inside lines. And then we'll have some rings out here that can all be their own shape. And they'll be behind all of this stuff. Front ring needs to be in the front, obviously. And then we've got outside 3, 2, and 1. Cool. Let's move all that. And now we've got everything imported. Thank goodness. All right, I'll switch it over to After Effects now. There we are. Now a giant screen. And we are going to book it. Ululu says, by the way, thanks for all the answers. Really useful info. Can't wait for the animation part. Eventually take your time. I gotta finish before my friend gets here that's staying for the weekend. So I actually am on a time crunch this time. That's not even just self-imposed. Very fun. Ron Will says, I remember seeing a value graph for the first time and being like, sad face. Yeah, I get that. Fossil says you should try FlowScript. It has a lot of ready-made presets for using keyframes. I'm really not a big preset guy, I'll be honest. I've got like my set of graphs that I typically use in my head, but I like to keep it custom every time. All right, here we go, y'all. I'm gonna turn down the Spotify for myself, and then we will hop right in. That might be too quiet now for everybody on the stream. Let's bring this up to -15. All right, here we go, y'all. It's happening. We're finally animating things today. All right, so we've got 1, 2. So 1. Cool. All right, so we're gonna have this ball is going to bounce up from here. So it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. Okay, so it's actually gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4 up to here, and then 1, 2, 3. It's gonna be back down here, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. Okay, it's gonna do 4 again. This is gonna be very, very fast. But it'll be good. So up is a exponential decay, and then down is an exponential growth, and then repeat that. Here we go. So it goes. Perfect. So that means that the planet is going to have to start how large? So it's going to go 1, 2, and then back up to the same size. Okay, so 1, 2, maybe a little bit less. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and it'll start this large, and we'll do an exponential decay. Move that over. And there we go. Fossil says, do you ever make style frames in Photoshop, by the way? I used to, but now that I have such a such an efficient workflow from Illustrator to After Effects, being able to just like click a button and have the shapes move over, and also have them be shape layers already. Yeah, it's anyway, it'll be easier to just use Illustrator for me for now. But there are lots of people who use Photoshop to After Effects workflow, especially if there's more textures and things. Franco says, OMG, Austin, the AE layers are aligned with your current boards. My current boards? Or my curtain boards? What do you mean? What do you mean by this? I'm not sure. Did I do some magic or something without realizing it? Okay, that one needs to be there. Whoa, why is there a duplicate of this thing? I'm not sure where this extra one is coming from. Like there's very clearly this extra shape that's in the center here, and I'm not sure where it's... Oh, did I accidentally grab that somehow? Weird. I don't even know how I did that. I'm gonna have to delete all of those. Cool. All right, so it goes. And then this will be scaled up until it gets hit again. So it'll be like, actually, let's have this go up in the air a little bit more. Let's have it go up to like here or something. Let's see how that looks. And then once it gets hit here, it'll be back from there down to this again. Whoops. Aligned with the face cam. Oh, they're aligned with the face cam. Oh, wow. I didn't notice that. Oh, wow. You're so right. He was actually talking about the blinds. Do you see that? My After Effects layers are perfectly lined up with the rows of the blinds. No, I mean, this was intentional, guys. This was totally intentional. I had such a like specific plan when I laid this out. It's just part of the set now, you know? That's so crazy. It's like the exact same size. That's so crazy. Wow. That's very strange. I wanted to keep everything consistent. This is just part of the composition now. Am I in After Effects? Who's to say? I've become one with the program, y'all. All right, we're not doing this scale thing. What I'll do instead is just make a null on top of each of these. I can do both attach. Oh, well, okay. The moon's got to be attached to the planet. And then the planet is attached to this null, and we will do, it goes up. It'll be up to like here. It'll get larger, and then we go back down to that size. And then we'll do a similar thing with rotation here. This is gonna be sick. Because all of these are gonna pop up sort of one by one. It's gonna be great. Cool. This is such a vibey track to use. It's very chill. Alright, cool. That works fine. And now what I need to do is say that the moon goes like in the same sort of fashion. It'll be from, oh, what? Nope, not the moon. That's not what I meant. I meant the planet. We'll go from here to here. It'll rotate like down to here or something. And then all the way back up. It'll snap back. Really hard not to start quoting Eminem there. Ooh, that might be too much. What if I add echo to it? That'll probably help. I'm gonna end up adding echo anyway, so why not? 20 copies. Ooh, wow, that looks strange. What if it's like this? How does that look? That's pretty cool. Composite it back. It's a little too long, I think. I'll probably do like 15 on this. Cool. Fossil says, I saw the review reel and it looks like a lot of it's made in Cinema 4D. Interesting. What parts would be in Cinema 4D? We didn't use it for any of it, so I'm not entirely sure. Not drinking, I think is what that username is. Not drinking says, yo, what's up? How's it going? Cool, and then we'll have these colors swirl around in here. That'll be cool. Let's do, which one is this? All right, so our second background will then, which directions are rotating to the left? So we'll need a null for all of these moons. And we will say continue rotating. Move that over to this, and we need the moons and this old one to be attached to it. So we'll actually have to do all of that. And then what else needs to get attached to this is what I'm wondering. That should be it, right? Fossil says in the cube and sphere one. The cube and sphere one. Is it black, red, and white? That one I know that Noah actually made using just After Effects 3D. He just aligned shapes in a clever way to where it looked like it was actually 3D and it wasn't. Let's see. Not Drinking says, I gotta change my YouTube name to groggy.aep. That's a good one. Akamad says, name your movement, please. I'm a beginner. I'm not. What do you mean by that? I don't quite understand what you mean. Persian Rex says, cheers. Thanks. Love you, man. Much appreciated, man. Glad to see ya. Welcome, welcome. Or welcome back, I should say. And we will do, this continues rotating. It'll go like -9. No, let's do like -135. Is this not doing the scale anymore? I'm silly for that. This needs to be attached to continue rotating, and then this needs to be attached to this. Great. Cool. Explain. What would you like me to explain? Persian Rex says, thanks for streaming. Of course, always. Happy to. Okay, this bounce needs to continue, so we're gonna just keep that going. It's gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 up into the air. Oh, except it actually needs to be like, okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It needs to go up to like, yeah, let's do like -450 or something. And then 1, 2, 3, 4 will go down to 0. Nope, not 0. like down to there, and then back up. 1, 2, 3, 4, back down here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, back up, and then everything will collapse into the center at this point. So we need to keep doing the easing on this. We'll go to the left and then the right. Exponential decay curves to exponential growth curves all the way throughout. And that should keep that ball moving. That's might be too much. At least the echo might be a little bit too much on it. Let's try 10 instead of 15. It's just when it gets down there, it's like so close. Let's do like 09. Does that fix it? It's so close, man. I don't want to have to change it for that specific one every single time. Ooh, why does it get stuck there? I think we'll just remove this one. Yeah, there we go. Oh, it's because the rotation starts there. I think. It doesn't actually start rotating until there, so maybe it needs... Yeah, there we go. Much better. I just had to align those. Danny says Lamau. Fossil says, in a part of it, there's a lot of spheres flying around and it looks like 3D, and one next to it with the cube in reflection. It looks completely made in Cinema 4D. There might be a section of the reel that's got some stuff we made in Blender, but there's definitely nothing from Cinema 4D because we just don't use it. But there's probably one or two clips in there from Blender or whatever. All right, 1 second, y'all. I'm making sure I'm not missing anything. All right. Okay, then it might be from Blender. Cinema 4D and Blender are pretty much the same. Ooh, there's a lot of people who would disagree with you on that, I'm sure. But I agree with you. I think Blender has completely made like leaps and bounds to get very, very close to Cinema 4D, even though Cinema 4D has been like the king for such a long time. I don't know how they can manage to have their pricing still so expensive for that program when Blender is free. That kind of blows my mind. All right, and then none of these are going to have shown up yet. So I need all of, do I want it to be like backwards or it like sends all of these out? I think that's what I'll do. So I need, oh, and then I can just mess with the anchor point, I guess. That'd be one way to do it. Okay, we're gonna figure this out. We need opacity is 0 there, and then, or 0 at the beginning, and then 100 here. And then we're gonna do anchor point. It's like starting a little bit further down. It will be like -50 maybe. And then it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Up to the same thing that this is doing. So 0, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. Will bring us all the way back down to the base. This is gonna look crazy. Also, my computer is probably gonna hate me with the amount of echo that I'm gonna put on this thing. Like, it's gonna be echoing all of these shapes moving around like this. It's gonna be nuts. All right, there we go. And then I'll grab the same easing that's on this. So this will be All right, I can do that. Copy paste the easing there. And then this one will just be an exponential decay. All right, and now I should be able to get by just doing these two things and then copy pasting it on each of these. So I'll have like the first three be all the same, and then the next three, and probably the next three as well. And then I'll do the next two. Oh, is it gonna mess up based on where they're... Oh no, that's so unfortunate. I thought that it would still do it relative to where that was. Oh no. That's really not good. That's gonna make this way more manual than I thought it was gonna need to be. Let's see. Ronwell says, I find Cinema 4D a little more approachable. Fossil says, no, I mean both the 3D softwares is what I meant. Oh, yeah, I agree. Yes. Cinema 4D has better support because it's expensive, but Blender is kind of catching up. I feel like it's got so many YouTube tutorials and things at this point that it doesn't even really need like a dedicated support team. I feel like you could get by with a pretty small group on that. Animator says, true, every day there are more 3D artists who move to Blender from Cinema due to the price issue. Yeah, big time. All right, I need to fix this. So does that mean it's not gonna continue working throughout this whole thing? Because that would be annoying. Need to remove it on this one as well. I really thought I had pulled one over on After Effects and I was going to be able to just have that work the whole time. It works on this one. Why doesn't it work on the other one? That's going to be really annoying to deal with. The other way to do it would be to have all of these circles as individual shapes and then have their anchor point set to this same position. Actually, wait, you know what I could do? I could totally just delete all of these and then just duplicate Moon, so I'll say Moon 2, and then just duplicate this one with its correct value set on it, and then just set the anchor point of the actual layer to the center, which it already is. That's very convenient. And then now all I have to do is just rotate this the same 10 degrees I already had in Illustrator. So I'll just make however many copies of this. It was like 36 copies, I guess. So we'll need 35 different layers, which is a lot, but this will be way easier than some other way to do it. All right, and then I need the rotation of each of these so that I can say that this one is -20 and -30, -40, -50. Probably also some way to do this with a repeater, but I certainly don't know it. So we're just gonna move forward. -130, -140, 150, -160. Oh, they are all very close together at this bottom part. Because I'm doing the stream early, though, I won't even be able to post. I'm not going to post this till Saturday or Sunday like I normally do, so it's going to be a couple days before I get this out. But that's all right. It just means I'll just have to sit on it and wait for the satisfaction of posting it. Okay, that's all of them. How does that look if I start offsetting these now? So we've got the first three, and then the next three are offset by 1 frame. Then the next 3 as well. Oop, that's 4. Then the next 2. The next 2 there. Oh, that looks ridiculous. That looks crazy. Let's see. Franco says Ram says, "Bro, stop, please." That is absolutely what it is saying right now. I might just end up reducing the amount of circles that are on here. Honestly, it's just a lot. Yeah, let's do that. I'm gonna reduce it by half, so I'll just delete every other one, which means this first one gets deleted, then this one, then this one, then this one. Every odd number is gonna be out of here because it's just too much. Not from like a performance standpoint or any of that, it's just too much happening on the screen. This doesn't look like it's rotating in the correct direction. Oh no, it is. Okay, we're good. All right, so the first 3, then the next 3, and then the next 2, the next 2 after that. And then I'll do 1 by 1. And how's that look? What is going on there? I totally deleted the base shape, didn't I? Oh no. That's unfortunate. Okay, planet 2. So we're deleting the even numbers. That makes sense. Delete those. That one and that one. All right. So we'll do the first 3, then the next 3 right there. And now that should work. I'll just delete all these extra frames that are over here. Whoa, that looks so weird. What is going on there? It's because they're all, I have them grouped, so they're like, there's 3 that come out, and then there's 3 that come out, and 2. So they're all hitting at the same time, and it's making it look like it's kind of doing a loader icon sort of thing. And I feel like there's a way I can make that look cool, so I'm not entirely opposed to it. But now I need to get the colors right again. So I need to grab some of these to make them red and blue and whatever. I haven't even moved my color palette into After Effects. What am I doing? What am I doing, y'all? Gotta get with it. All right, there we go. And then align that to there. Make it smaller. Cool. Color palette is now there. I knew I was missing something. All right, so we'll grab, actually I'll probably just have the colors change throughout. Let's grab a fill. Or color, I mean. And we'll do starting on white, then actually having it be a hold keyframe, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll do yellow, and 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll do blue, and 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll do red. And then the cycle shall repeat. And then now we can grab that for each of these. So let's say like we want this one to be white as well. We'll just add that same, well, I guess I can't do that. I gotta go in here and actually do it on the fill. so that it lines up. But then we can grab like this next one up here will also be white the whole time. So we'll say, there we go. And this one up here as well. And this very last one. And then I'll go back and copy some of the other ones with different starting colors. Here we go. Pays says, do you think you'll also stream your work for review? I wish we could. It's really difficult to get clearance on that sort of stuff. A lot of the projects that we work on are under NDA, so we're not able to share any details on a lot of them, which is unfortunate. But if we get a project or where they're open to doing something like that, I'd love to like stream the whole process. I think it'd be dope. Some like community sourced motion design a little bit. That would be kind of fun. Anyway, Milos says, did anyone try out the Cavalry motion design app? I haven't. I've seen it, but it seems like it's still kind of in its infancy. So I haven't quite given it a shot yet. That's kind of fun. It's strange that it's doing this thing in the center, but I'm not opposed to it. I think it's kind of fun. Then let's grab this one. These will start on yellow. Here we go. Do I have all the keyframes on this one? No, I do not. All right, let's grab all those. And then we'll say that this one is going to be yellow. And so will this one. Nope, not that one. It's already got keyframes on it. So how about this next one? Cool. It's all about just trying to make them not all feel the same. Oh, my Echo's gonna hate me if I'm changing the color too. Yikes. But maybe it'll look cool. It's not gonna add Echo to this until the very end though, because that's gonna be a mess. All right, what's this one got? Does it have anything on it? So we'll just go to the fill and then we'll have it start on blue instead. What other ones do we have that don't start on a color? How about this one? And this one. Cool. And then that one's already got a fill on it. That one's fine. I don't think this one has anything on it. We'll have this one start on red. All right, and then this one already starts on one. What about this? I think so. Yes. I should have marked which ones I had already done. None of these seem like they've got... Okay, that one does, but what about this one? Okay. And this one... And any of the other ones just kind of sitting there not doing anything? All right, let's see what it looks like if we add some echo to this now. Oh boy. Here is Moon 1 with echo on it, and here is every other one that's there and adding echo to it. I'm definitely going to save before this. What? Now it's just like a spiral going around instead. That's so strange looking. That's so odd. I mean, it's cool looking, but it feels a little cartoony, I think. Fozil says, what PC specs do you have? I've got a GTX 1660 Super, Ryzen 5 3600 CPU, and 32 gigs of RAM. Ahmad says, please show your keyboard press. I've looked at a couple programs to do that, but it only shows up on one of my monitors, and I've usually got my programs on each monitor, so it hasn't really worked out great for that yet. What if I remove the echo from all those, and then like once we're here, I'll have the echo change from being this amount of delay to significantly less, like 0.03 or something. And then I should be able to add that to each of these now. And have it be significantly less on that that like stretch as it goes to the center. It's still just like flashes around. That's kind of annoying. I want there to be more diversity to it, so it feels a little more organic. What if I do on each of these some sort of like, oh, it's not a stroke. I was about to say some sort of stroke width thing, but that won't work. What if I do a, not on this one, on the actual moon, what if I do an offset path situation? So then I can like make it become bigger and smaller and that sort of thing. That could look interesting. So like 10 frames from there, it becomes like, oh wait, it should be 0 and then it becomes smaller, so it's like -5 or something. Or actually, let's do like, yeah, let's do like -15. That could be cool. And then we go back to this one. So that way there's like some level of change that's not associated with like the start of the layer, I guess. And this will just be like 70% on either side. Let's try this. I think it's working. Okay, let's try that. Kinda works. Actually, no, I don't think it did anything. Okay, let's just grab each of these. Group 35, there you go, now that you got that one. And then this one has it 1 frame later. And this one has it 1 frame later. Another one. Move that one over. Did that do it? No, it still looks goofy. What if instead of having it hit the actual base, maybe I can just have it kind of float there instead of it actually going and having to tap back into it. That would probably help quite a lot. So where are the keyframes for that? So we've got this one, and instead of it coming all the way back down here, what is it at here? Just -50? Let's just do like, let's just do -50 again. And then it only comes all the way back down at the very end. Okay. And then I'll just add that to all of these, as well as the first one. So an anchor point is now like that, and like this, like that. I think that'll fix it. So it'll kind of look like it's just rippling around instead of the other way around. Like actually having to tap into it. Okay, that should do it. I just need to fix it on this bottom one here. Moon 1. Oh, this one's actually a position, so I'll have to do this one manually, I think. Oh, but that already feels so much better. I'm now realizing we're missing one. Let's do -20 on this one. Or is it at the very beginning? No, it should be this. Wait, what? Why is this one out in front? Oh, I never did that. Cool. That might be the way to go. And then I'll just make it so that this one doesn't go all the way down to the bottom. And it'll just be that one that keeps bouncing on it. Cool. Which probably means that I should give it some sort of platform or something to make sense that these are like continually bouncing along something. Perhaps. My name is Yandi, says tuning back in here reminded me how much I can't stand keyboard and mouse clicks. Always amazing work though. Sorry about that. I've got a noise gate on this, so it shouldn't pick them up nearly as much as it would without it, but I do have a loud keyboard and mouse. All right. Anything in here? All right, we're good. Do I give it something to bounce on top of? Because I feel like if I do that, I'm just going to end up having it look like it did before, but now on like the outside. I think I'm just going to leave it like that, but I might just have to make sure that this doesn't keep bouncing, because it feels weird if only one of them just continues doing it and all the other ones are just kind of floating there. So what if I just make it so it doesn't do that anymore, I guess? We'll come back down to like there, I guess. And then it can come back down on the very last one. A thin ellipse. This is Franco. It could be. Mode says, "Hey man, how are you doing?" I'm doing great. I kind of wish I was further along than I am right now, but I mean, we are only in the second scene, but I'm doing good. It's gonna be a cool one. And then this is gonna have to rotate back around to like at least -45 or something, I think. What if I just do the rest of this stuff in the scene? It might end up just making it look okay. Whoa, that looks really cool. Holy crap. That looks so sick. Except I need it to go all the way to the end. That's so cool looking. It like punches into the center. We'll do like a little bit of scaling up maybe. So we'll start at like 90 here and then go up to 100, maybe 110. And then we come all the way back down to like 60 or something here. Like this and like that, then all the way over to the end. And then the little planet will scale back up at the end as well to meet the gap that's there. Oh, that's so cool. I forgot I even had the echo on it for a second, so whenever it did that like twirl at the end, it looked really awesome. I want that to be a little snappier. Franco said, anyone says, "Oh, Austin, how did you do that?" Austin says, "I don't know, bro. I just added echo." Very true. You forgot deep glow, though. It's got to be echo and deep glow. That's just how I make anything happen at this point. That's funny. That's really funny. Oh, man. All right, here we go. Ooh, maybe like that ball is allowed to keep hitting it, and it's just that one in particular, and then it like lightens up the gradients that are on the inside of the planet as they like swirl around. That could be cool. This one is red, this one is blue, and they'll each do kind of a flash once the bottom, or once that ball hits it. So like here, we'll go from, ooh, actually, how would I do that? Because I can't like I can't overexpose that part. Oh wait, why don't I just, there we go. We're just gonna say planet glows, and then we'll just delete these from here. And then we'll just have this have deep glow on it, and it will just go from exposure of like 0.2 all the way up to like 2 when it hits it. That should be an easy way to do that. Grab those. All right, here we go. And then where does it hit it again? Right here. We'll do that same thing. Cool. So now every time it hits it, it goes. Cool. And now we just need to actually animate the glows on this. So we'll have it start with the positions of these being much further out. Oh, whoops, I didn't realize this was still on here. So we'll need gradient fill, goes here. Start and end point gets to being like that, but it starts like all the way out here. And then fades in. Whoops. I just tried to take a screenshot on accident. All right. The other one, and then it'll like slide back off screen as this is happening. Cool. Same thing over here. We'll have the blue get to this point, and it'll start here instead. Like right there. Use those and now it should work. That feels a bit better. Cool. And then we'll do some rotation. So we'll say that this goes around as well. Where does this stop? So it's like there. No, it stops all the way over here. We'll have it get to like here. It'll rotate somewhat, but not a whole lot. And then slide back off. Cool. And then we need to do the same thing with the actual background. We'll have it reflect where the gradients are there. This one is blue. This one is the red. There we go. And we need to do the same things that we have here. So like this. And we'll have... All right, so I just need to put a marker down there, I guess. Start this one from here. It ends like this. Oh, whoops, this is the blue. It goes across to the top here. And then back off to this side. And then with the red, same sort of deal. Starts over on this side. And then we move this over here and this over here. Whoops, I forgot to keyframe it. Start and end point, then go over here, drag it over, and then go like this. Move those over, ease them the same way, ease these the same way. And I'll have a similar thing where like these start kind of off the screen. It'll be kind of dim. Cool. That feels really cool now. Except I kind of want the background to take like an extra frame or so to catch up. And maybe like the red one is slightly slower than the blue or something. So it doesn't feel like it's just rotating the background. Oh, is it because I don't have these moving back in the same way? I don't think I adjusted those afterwards. There we go. Now they kind of slide off a little more. And then you know I'm going to add deep glow to the ones of these with color on them later. Everybody knows I'm going to do that already. Mode says, hey Austin, really like the on-screen text that says animating. Is this Helvetica? No. It's a font called Space Grotesque. I'll type it in the chat because the spelling's a little strange, but it's available on Google Fonts for free. MSAM says you can press 0 to preview from the first frame. Didn't know that. Very cool. Now I'm gonna be doing that all the time. Except I have the muscle memory, like I want to drag it for some reason. Let's have this as I'm being really detail oriented today, aren't I? Sheesh. All right, we're gonna do this set to dashed at first. So we're gonna add dashes. We're gonna have it go from like how many? Sure, we'll do like 30 down to 0. Ease those. And then when it hits over here, we're gonna have it do a stroke width bounce. So we're gonna go up to like 8. And then back down. And now I'm gonna press 0 to view from the start. It needs to be a little bit higher. I always forget how much I need to over exaggerate these parts. This is fun. I'm really liking this one so far. The lighting in that scene, it's like not anywhere else in the entire video, but that one scene looks really cool. Electi Productions says, was so glad to see you featured in Ben Marriott's Best Motion Design video, much deserved. I appreciate that. It's an honor to be included in that group for sure. Sam says, I learned that from a client. Quaid says, W shortcut, W client as well. Absolutely. Ivanimator says, I'm using Deep Glow in a lot of my projects thanks to you. I insist you should ask for some kind of sponsorship. I gotta figure out who made it. I can't remember who makes Deep Glow. Quaid says, I think the concept is dope for this one. It's a good word. It's all spacey and fun. I like it. Cool. All right, what do we want to do with this? Honestly, I feel like that scene's just kind of done. Maybe I do this. We have a positional and this and these will be attached to it. And so because it gets like rotated over to the side, we can have the position start here, move over to the left just a tiny bit, and then maybe it like moves down here slightly and then back up, and that's how we get to this becoming the ball that's sent up into the air. We're gonna try it. Just a little bit of extra movement. And then we'll be on in the next scene, and we're gonna keep moving. Quaid says, I think where are you getting the words from? Just experiences in, like, throughout the week, usually. This one was actually suggested to me by a client, but I couldn't say no to it once I heard it. Nick says, will you add a glow or spotlight to the balls as well later on? I don't think so, honestly. I think I might just want that to be like that, how that one scene looks, and then the rest of it, I kind of like the perspective that's happening with it just being, ooh, that looks kind of weird. We gotta fix that. That's way too exaggerated. Sorry. Anyway, I kind of like the ability to do perspective stuff easier with it just being black and white with the outlines. It's too noticeable. Unfortunate. I need to empty my cache. That's why it's running so slow now. It's probably completely full. Yep. Gotta clear that out. But I will add I'll add some deep glow to the other elements that have color on them and those sorts of things throughout the video. So there will be some more glowy action happening. My cache does not want to clear. It is currently setting an estimated time remaining of 6 minutes. I don't quite know why it's doing that. There we go. Okay, that was strange. Now I'm just gonna have to re-render everything though. Lucas says guest scale would fit better. Could be. Quaid says, how would you clear cache? Is that something I should be doing? If you ever recognize your After Effects is running especially slow, it's probably because your cache is full on your hard drive. You go to Edit, Purge, and then All Memory and Disk Cache. I know you can't see it on the screen, but you just go up to the Edit tab at the top of the screen. Like midway down it says Purge, and then All Memory and Disk Cache. But I need this to not be so exaggerated. Or just, you know, I might just ease it. I think that might have been the move. It's just got a little bit more oomph to it now. All right, we're done with that scene. I'm happy with it. We'll add some deep glow and stuff later on, but not right now. It's gonna toast my computer. Okay, so we've got this ball, or this stuff is rotating here, which is gonna allow us to change this whole thing into this ball. Which actually, that's quite a big, that's quite a big section that we've got here. Like, this is a very large mass by the end of it. So we're gonna have to figure out how to make this ball smaller. It might just work to have it be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I should have just done the shortcut to do 10 frames. Just like 10 frames later, it gets down to this size, but at first it's like that much bigger or something. And it just like gets a little smaller as it moves up. Okay. Oh yeah, that should work. Let's see. Nick says, I was just thinking that the circles stand a bit flat compared to the planet in the middle, so something similar to a glow or spot shadow could blend them super nicely. Oh, I totally agree. I'll add that on later. It's just because there's like, I don't remember, like 20 of them or something, that it would probably be a little too resource intensive until the end. Astro says, can you share the project file after completion if you're comfortable? Every Monday I post the project files on my Gumroad page. It's got the Illustrator and After Effects file available. The link's in the description for that if you're interested. Though this one won't be there yet, but on Monday it will be. Okay, and this is gonna move up. We're gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Nope. It's gonna be there by that point, and it starts in the middle. Okay, there's that, and then we're gonna pull all this other stuff up with it. So this platform will go from there to there, which means that the rest of the stuff should probably be attached to the platform. All of these pillars. So I'll do that. Oh yeah, this is gonna be so slick. Whew. I didn't ease this, did I? Whoops. I was wondering why it looked so weird. And then everything will fall back down at the end. It's gonna look great. Okay. So we'll have it all pop up from, like, the top one will show up first and then the other ones. So we'll do this one shows, then this one, then this one, then this one, then this one. Which means we need this one to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And it'll start like further down here or something. Oops, and it actually needs to be a little bit higher. So 1, 2, 3, 4 is where it'll end up. And that means it needs to be like up here-ish. I'll copy that easing. Cool. So we're gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, and that's where it'll need to end up. Which means here it needs to be higher than that, and down here it needs to be lower. And then ease. This is going to be kind of complicated to set up, but it'll work out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'll actually just do this step for each of them so it's faster. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Cool. And then I can ease all of these already, and then it's just like, all right, this one needs to be, or I already did that one. This one needs to be lower than where it started, then higher than where it needs to end. And then it ends there. Same thing with this one, lower than it started, higher than it needs to end. And that's where it ends. Okay, and then same thing with this last one. Lower than where it started. Higher than where it needs to end. And then we're right back to there. Cool. Oh, strange. It's weird having them all, like, doing it from the top to the bottom instead, but I think it'll be cool. Okay, so now this one needs to, oh, that doesn't work because it needs to settle on top of that. So this one actually can't be up that high by the time that we get to here. That's unfortunate. Maybe it still works. We'll just try it. Okay, so this one stops there and then goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It'll be back up just a tiny bit and then back down to 0. And then I'll copy the easing on all of that. We'll say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on this one as well. Go just a tiny bit up. Back to where it was. Ease the whole thing. Tiny bit in the air. Back down to where it was. Does that work so far? Pretty well. And then I'll do like the little perspective shift thing in a second once I've got that set. Astro says, or Franco says, smooth. Thanks, man. Astro says, did you choose this field willingly, like you wanted to be a motion design artist slash animator? I started in graphic design purely because I needed a banner and profile picture for my old Minecraft YouTube channel when I was in middle school. But then I ended up liking graphic design, and I had started to work with some people who are streaming on Twitch, and so I wanted to make some packages for them and be able to sell that. And you know, you have like your motion alerts and those sorts of things. So I ended up needing to figure out how to do that, and I just really started to like motion. I got to the point where like I would start, I'd make like a logo or something, but I'm like, well, I can't just leave it sitting here. I got to make it move. So just over time, it slowly just became the thing I was more interested in as a designer. Like the base layer is all of the stuff that's in Storyboarding. It's all the graphic design and composition and layout and that sort of stuff. But the motion is really what's most exciting to me. It's way more expressive, I think, than just traditional graphic design. And then I honestly kind of fell into it. Like just I happened to like it so much and be able to sell it to people once I had started doing it for myself. Like years and years and years ago, that if I hadn't had that YouTube channel and started making some things for myself, I probably would have just ended up being an engineer. I'm really not a very artistic person, especially with traditional art. I cannot draw with pen and paper to save my life. It looks terrible. I don't know a lot of like traditional art methodologies like painting and using like perspective grids and some of that stuff I'm just not really great with. I never had any formal art training or anything like that. So it is some of it is kind of happenstance. It just happened to work out that way. Derek says, hello from Greensboro. Just found you on YouTube the other day. Awesome work. Appreciate you. We're out here in Raleigh. Small world. All right, let's finish setting this up, shall we? This one needs to go up a tiny bit. And then back down. Same thing with this one. Up just a tiny bit. And then back down. I may even have to make that less exaggerated. It feels like there's a little bit too much bounce. Oh yeah, for sure. This one goes up too much. That all of them do. So this one should go back down to like, well, where is it beforehand? Oh yeah, that's up so much higher than it was before. Where's the point that I'm looking for? So like back down to here maybe? God, I wish it would update. Is my cache already full again? Oh, now it's just like not moving at all. So I gotta do a little bit more. Okay, and then this one, where does it start? It'll be like, it would be like there, I guess. We'll do up a tiny bit more. Oh yeah, I could just do this mathematically. What am I doing? So we start here, negative 973. So we'll do negative 990. This one is 834, so we'll do negative 850. 694, we'll do negative 714. Negative 555, we'll do negative 575. Just going up 20 pixels each time. 415 will now be to 435. That should be significantly less bounce than it had before. That's a lot better. Now I just got to get this ball to keep bouncing. Here we go. We're up 5, or yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which actually needs to be up higher than this. Then we go 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way down to this. There we go. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We might be up to like here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Back down to here again. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll be back up from the platform, but not by much, and everything will be like sliding down by this point, so it won't really matter. All right, so bounces will do an exponential decay to an exponential growth and then repeat that pattern. Exponential decay to exponential growth and end it on this exponential decay. All right, there we go. And now that should work. And then I need echo on that. So I'll grab the same one that I have here. And that should work fine. Cool, that works pretty well. I think instead of having this be so huge at the beginning, I'll bring this down to like, maybe like, yeah, we'll do like 150. And then what I'll do is just add a null over top of everything. That'll just be called like scale plus slide. Attach everything to it that doesn't have a parent. And then I'll do like a scale down here. Do like 120. 130 maybe? Yeah, that works. And then I'll do position slide down at the end. So we'll go starting from here, position all the way down to like this spot. Okay. Kapali says hi. Wow, amazing. Appreciate it. Does that not end up sitting where it's supposed to? Why is that floating? That's odd. Why is it like that? It just never ends up hitting it. Until like the very end here. And I don't even notice it. I might just have this platform sit up higher, to be honest. Let's grab this and just make it up higher on this, so it like that platform or that bottom one doesn't actually have to just sit perfectly on top of it. Yeah, that feels much better. Okay, so what else do we need to do in this scene? Have these like front shapes slide over, I guess. We'll have it start like kind of off kilter, I guess. So we'll do, well, I guess that might be too much, but let's try that out. So they like start over like -50 or so. -51. That looks about right. Okay, and then we'll do a like 65% influence on either side. That sounds about right. Cool. And now I should just be able to copy paste that same one onto each of these and have it work. Cool. I think that does it. Yeah, that worked perfectly. Nice. And then on the third row, do another anchor point. And then on the second one, and the first. Cool. And then we'll hope it doesn't look weird. Nope, looks cool. Oh, it's actually like right when it gets hit by the first bounce too. That's cool. Cool. Watch it with you. Not that my computer wants us to. This is dope. Then that ball is going to cut to being this ball. We'll add some glows and stuff to that later. That'll be fine. So we'll have this actually start in the middle probably. Well, first of all, let me grab the same echo on the hero wall. My phone is blowing up. What is going on? All right, we'll move this. What time do we got? All right, almost 4 hours in and 3 scenes down. 7 to go. Well, really 6 to go. This last one doesn't even count in my mind. And then this one's really just going to be bouncing on top of that and adding the cracks. That's not too bad. None of these other ones are really all that complicated. This black hole is probably going to be the thing that causes us the most problems, but I really don't think it'll take that long. Let me take like a 1 minute, 2 minute break just to like mellow for a second, and then we will come back super focused and ready to just knock out the rest of the like base animation for this stuff in the next hour. Cool. 1 second, y'all. All right, y'all. I'm about to blast through the rest of this. Astro says, what's your goal with this YouTube channel? Hopefully to make a whole new league of motion designers that just make really cool shit. That's the one idea. I mean, that's really all this is a teaching tool. We're having our intern that's a motion designer, Ronell, is learning how to do motion just by like watching my streams, which is like the best teaching tool we could have had, because ideally I would love to be able to just sit down and like work through a project with him or something. But I can't just sit down for 7 hours during the middle of a workday and do that. But then I'm like, wait a second, I've already sat down for 7 hours just making something every weekend for the past like 7 weeks. So it's a very convenient thing now to be able to be like, here's just a whole library of me doing exactly what I would be doing if I were working through any animation problem. And therefore being able to have people learn the sort of things that I might forget to mention if it's a tutorial. Tutorials are like, it's hard for me to have this little bite-sized thing that gets all of this information across for everybody. Like, people are all at different skill levels and all sorts of stuff. I made one tutorial one time, and I was trying so hard to like say everything I was doing, but it's not like, there's a lot of stuff that is just instinctual at this point, where I'm just doing it out of muscle memory and like I've done this a million times sort of thing, that like, because I'm live streaming, people are able to see those things. Like little design decisions and things that I make are just there without me having to describe them necessarily, because I'll forget to describe it because it just feels like instinct and like just like my normal nature to do this now. But anyway, that's the hope. I just hope that it helps some people become better motion designers. This is looking super cool so far. I'm very happy with this. We want to go like 2 down here, or 20 frames, and it'll start like in the center. Except I am realizing that this is like not on the thing now. It's like not in line with this. So I'll need this thing to start here and then move. That's fine. So it now goes to, it'll go like all the way down here instead. And it's already got the echo on it, so that should work fine. And I'll do a little tiny bit of scale down on this. It'll be like 150 to 100. Oops, I gotta ease it. There we go. Cool. And then I need a null for this whole thing that's like rotate. And I'll just have everything attached to it. Or I guess I'll have hero ball attached to the ring. And then this is attached, the planet's attached to rotate, but the ring is attached to the planet. So that way I can do like some level of offsetting in here. But all right, so we'll do rotate goes from there, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 gets to like that position. And it'll be through like a middle peak or something. I'm talking like 65%. Maybe it's got to be a little more than that. 65 is a little too low, I think. Let's do 75. Let's do like 15, and then so it'll get there, and then it like swings back around to like this side quickly. I guess I can just have it not be a middle peak and just do a straight up exponential decay instead. That should work fine. Oh yeah, that worked totally fine. Astro says, thank you for doing this for all of us. Of course, I'm happy to. It's fun. Yeti says, we appreciate it, man. Thank you. Of course, man. I appreciate you. You're hilarious. You're just a very warm presence in the Discord, especially. It's always fun. All right, this should work. Okay, and then I'll just have one scale thing here that the rotation will be attached to. I could just do it on the rotate layer, but I feel like it might break something. So we'll go from like the 120 down to, oh, what? Why isn't it? Oh, it did do it. It was just being slow to update. I see. Oops. There we go. Okay, and so now we go. What's the next scene? Oh yeah, it gets thrown up into the air. Oh, that's gonna be so easy. We'll actually have all this slide down a tiny bit too. We'll like start up here. And then I'll actually grab another one of these and call it position, so that I can do an extra layer of position on this. And we'll actually have it like back here. It'll start going up and to the right. Just slightly. Actually, I should probably have it start like pulling back towards the center. Let me do that instead. So 549.60. I'll just have it start sliding back this way, I think. That's kind of fun. Oh, and that's gonna be so easy to just have it thrown up there. Yes. This is where the cracks will start showing up. Okay. So ball gets thrown up here. We'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's going to be up in the air for quite a while, but that's all right. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It'll be down at the bottom. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We'll go halfway from where we were. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. Bounces are exponential decay to exponential growth and repeated. And then that's, okay, it'll need to happen here, I guess. Or I guess this is where it can like be kind of sent back up just a tiny bit. Okay. That already works without me even having echo on this thing. That's great. That's awesome. I'll have it show up one frame earlier, I think. Cool. Astro says, do you do anything or any activity or any application for inspiration? Not really. I'm usually able to get a good amount of inspiration just from listening to the tracks on Artlist. They'll drive quite a lot. And then when I find the right song, I'm like, ah, okay, now I can figure this out. But otherwise, I mean, it's sometimes I look through my old animations. I'm always on Instagram looking through all sorts of different work that people have been posting and that sort of stuff. So that's always been good. Just really, yeah, consuming a lot of content is always the easiest way for me. Lucas says, it's my first time in your stream, but I'll be present in the next ones because I love your work, and watching you creating from zero will be a huge way to learn to improve my animations even more. Thanks, bro. Of course. Hope you have a good one, Lucas. Okay, I guess still gotta animate a good amount of stuff in that in scene 4, but I don't really have to worry about that right now. We'll move this over one and then say it needs to be in that position by there. I'm trying to just get like the base layout of stuff at this point so things go a little bit faster. Okay, and then we'll do a 1, 2. It'll get sent back down a bit and then have to come back up. Cool. And this is when we'll make the flash happen. We'll say color and go from that to that and then back to 1, 2, 3, 4. Back to black within there. Have those start showing up there. We'll do like 1, 2, 3, 4, and that's when cracks, the second set of cracks will show up. Cool. And so we'll need to do like a tiny bit of trim paths on this. It'll go from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It'll genuinely go from like 95% filled to 100. I mean, it's barely gonna move. Actually, I don't even think that changes anything. Like all of those are already off screen. So maybe we'll do like, when does it start coming back off? Sure, like 73. And then we'll do like some sort of stroke width thing here. So we'll do like, starts at 1 and then goes, or no, maybe it starts at 0, then like we're up to 1 by here, and then 1, 2, 3. We get to like 4 here, and then that like continues to get to like 8 wide or something. So it'll be like that, then like that. How does that look? Not nearly as, like, what am I looking for here? Not nearly as abrupt as I want it, I don't think. So I'll probably just have to change these to hold keyframes. That actually worked pretty well. So I'll just copy paste that onto stroke width. Cool. So we'll do like, this one is next, and then this one is after that, and then this main one is right at the beginning as well. And then we'll do the same thing with each of these. Cracks 2, search for stroke width, and then say this one, followed by this one. And this one. That one. This one. Oh, there's so many more of these. Oh, wow. I did not realize how many of these I added. Oh, shoot. Alright, what about this now? And then like these will start glowing more over time as well. I'll go ahead and actually add deep glow to these now, I think. So we've got, oh wait, I should do the fracture and stuff first probably. Fracture platform. So then here we'll have all of these end, and this will just break apart. Which means I need position for all of these to then drag down all of these. There's so many shapes in this thing. Oh man. All right, let's start moving these around, I guess. This one is off to the side. This one goes like up like that. This one's over here now. This one goes off like that. This one's over here. This one's over there. Just like creating a path for these. This is off to the side. This one's off there. This one's off there. And then we'll get one more over here where there's like, they're even more separated. Whoops. My After Effects is not happy with me though. My cache is probably full again from looking at the deep glow stuff earlier. All right, how does that look? Those are all still in the same place. That's not gonna work. Whoops. Let's move that. And then is this thing still in the same place? Okay, I need to move these as well. Okay, now we should be good. Honestly, I probably shouldn't even have this show up until just like right there. It'll just be one frame of all of that stuff being fractured. Lucas says, how much space do you use for your cache? I think it's like 46 gigs or something on there. Okay, and now I need a null. Actually, wait, is everything? No, not everything. All right, we'll say slide. And attach everything to this that isn't currently attached to something, which is just these two things. So from here, we'll say that we'll go up. Oh, that doesn't quite work. But let's go up there and then back down. Let's see what that looks like. I just need to update the path of this platform so it reaches all the way to the bottom. Whoa, my After Effects might crash right now. Or is it just that nope, my mouse is dead. That's, that's what that was. I'd rather have that than crash. I can just plug this thing in. All right, there we go. We're good, we're in business, but I will save now. And clear my cache. It's not even completely full. I don't know what the problem is. It might just be because I've been streaming for so long. All right, here we go. Oops, let's watch from the beginning. Okay, I'm gonna ignore that. And then we're just gonna have it be that like 10 frames before the end there, it starts sliding down. You're like not even gonna see the fractured bits. That's okay though. Cool. All right. Moving on. Let's get this thing out of the way. So we've got our fragments all in the background here, and we're gonna do position. And each of them are going to end up at those points. There's 13 of them, that's not too bad. All right, color palette, you're gonna have to get out of the way here. Just each of these is gonna move up slightly. And then this one. Okay. Let's actually just have all of them go to the very end of the scene. And then I'll need to add some rotation to them as well. Okay. Okay, I can see how this stuff is going to unfold too. And then we've got 3 more scenes left. 1, 2, 3, yeah, 3 more scenes. And then we'll do some like touching up and we'll call it. All right, so this one goes there. Honestly, I don't even think the fracture is that helpful here. It's a little too distracting having that many different like white lines pop up on the bottom of the screen. So I think it'll work if I just do like a flash here. Let's just make a new solid over top of the whole thing. There, new solid. We'll grab that white color there. And then just like the first two frames of this will just be white. Actually, maybe this last frame is a different color. Hairstyles, color overlay. Here it will be this blue maybe, and then it's the So that way, like, it feels a little bit more like a glow, kind of. Like your brain registers the white, but then it feels like the blue, like it fades off in the blue a bit. Even though really it's just switching between the two colors. Cool. Sure. Well, sheesh, dog. Fine then. Go crazy. That's gonna be at least 10,000 views. Calling it right now. Just completely new people. It's gonna be good. How much more do you have to do on it? Dala says hello, shooting the energy beam. Energy beam. Okay, said, phew, thought you were almost done for a bit. Dozed off. Oh no. It's going too long for some people for sure. We're like deep into the night in some Eastern time zones by this point. I am surprised there are still this many people here. Okay. That's not too bad. Nope. That looks great. So now we need to figure out what we want to do with this satellite. So we're gonna have the sat base is here. We're gonna get this all into position by, let's do by like 20-ish frames, and it'll only be like this much further up or something. And then as it's coming down, all of these items will fold out. It'll be cool. Okay, I need a null for slide. This is what's gonna bring, like the satellite's gonna move to the right a little bit and then slide off to the left. So I need sat base to be attached to slide. And we'll do from here to here or so, and then way off to the side here. Tunji says, ooh, a little late to the party. Nah, you're all good. Don't worry about it. Fossil says it's 4 a.m. Oh no. You gotta get some sleep, man. The stream will be here as a recorded video. Need to do like a keyframe velocity thing here. We'll bring this to like 300 pixels or something. Nope, that's way too much. What if we do 100? No, it just feels like it gets stuck for some reason. I don't know why. Maybe I should just have this be on everything. Like the fragments included in this. Actually, no, I won't do that. But what I will do is grab the same sort of easing, but this will just like barely move over in the background here. Okay, so we've got, this is gonna be complicated. All right, here we go. We're gonna have this antenna, no, which part is it? We need to label these. So we've got our pole, and then the tip, and the base circle, and the base square. Okay. So this needs to be, both of these need to be in the center first. So we'll do like all the way out to here, and then starts here. So very center of the screen. We'll do some easing on this at like 66%. Sure, that sounds good. All right. Oh, I could have just done an anchor point, I guess, but that's fine. Which means we need this to be path animated, I guess. Yeah, that's probably the easiest way to do it. That'll start there, and like this. Easing on that. Whoops, did I not copy the easing on this? Copy. Paste. There we go. And now it should. Okay, why is the ball not moving? Did it just not even apply the same? That's literally not the easing. What? Oh, I copied the wrong thing. Copy and paste. Now it should work to where that expands out. All right, cool. That works fine. And then we've got that one. Then we need the circle. The position will be here. And the scale will be there as well. And then position will start centered with this and scaled down some. The position will have the same easing, but the scale I will have be exponential decay. Dala says, by the way, please add some timestamps after so the viewers can keep track of stages they want to watch. It's kind of more helpful. I mean, there's the two stages. There's storyboarding and there's animation. So I can go ahead and put that in the description if it's helpful, but I feel like since it's just one half and one half, it's not like that crazy. Astro says, hoping for a Ben Marriott and Austin Bauwens collab. Perhaps, maybe. Fozil says, it's all practice. The more you do, the better. Eyes and hands need to get used to it. You're pretty experienced in this thing, but I think you're pretty young. When did you start doing design? I started doing design. It's just like static graphics and branding almost 9 years ago. So I've been at it for quite a while. Okay, and then this thing can be have some sort of scale thing on it too, I guess. Scale down. Oh yeah, this is gonna be cool. And then we need the base square. Over there and like that, but starts, I guess it starts a little bit off to the side and scaled down. Both of these will be like this. We're actually not gonna have scale on this one. Okay, now we need the like side elements. That'd be good. Oh, I realized that oh yeah, never mind. I answered the question. Dallas is fair enough. Thanks anyway. Keep it up, man. Love your works. Appreciate it. Bozil says I'm 19, so I have no place saying anyone's young. I mean, I'm only 20, so not that much older. I just started really, really young. Maybe we'll do a rotation on this or something. Nah, I think it's fine to just keep it like that. Okay, now we need to do the wings. So we'll start from here and do path animation on all of these. They will end up over there, but start like this. We've got this guy, which will start at the same position as these. That works fine. And then we've got this path that's the same amount. Oops. There we go. Then we've got this path, which also needs to be down here. Okay. And then same easing on those. And then we just got to do that again on this, and then we'll do some position work on them. So by the time they're over here, it's all good. But over here, you need to be like this. Same thing with the ones down here. Ease those, and then we can deal with some position shenanigans on each of these. So they'll be over there eventually, but let's have them start over here. I don't really want them to be on top of that though, so maybe I'll... Oh, I can't have it underneath there though and then show up, so... That's super cool though. Let's have this one start a little after. But the same easing needs to apply. That doesn't really work. That's unfortunate. Maybe I'll just separate out the ball or something. Let's watch the whole thing all the way through, and maybe it's not as weird as I think it is right now. Bosil says you're 20. Yes, I am. It's true. It doesn't seem that strange, because we already have the flash anyway. So it doesn't have to be a perfect match cut. I think it's fine, actually. Should be good. Okay, so we're over here, but what I did want to do was have these rotate depending on how it's moving. So I've got each of these, and I want to have them rotate like, sure, like over here, they would each be like this, and then as they get closer to the front again, they would be getting back towards 0. Let me copy the easing on that. There we go. Maybe I'll have it be a little bit after those happen. Maybe I'll have the square at the beginning start off rounded. It's like, it's like jutting out a little bit too much. The corners are too obvious. Let's do rounded corners, and then we'll say 0 radius at this part, but maybe like 20 at the beginning here. And then the same sort of 66% on either side. All right. Oh, it needs to be a lot more than 20. There we go. Okay, we'll do a little bit of a scale up and down situation to give it some more oomph. Where are we at here? It's like over on this side, and we'll attach slide to that one as well as fragments. All right, so I need the same position that's here. We'll do scale up. It'll be like there at that point, and then same easing as that. Maybe move it down a little bit. Even larger. Cool. And then I will also do position on this one. We'll go like from here to being off screen with an exponential growth curve. All right. Fossil says, you're 20 now, you look older for that. Lucas says, now I feel as an old man, I'm 23. It's only 3 more years. That's nothing too crazy. Once it gets like to its maximum velocity in the speed here, I think I'll have the antenna flash. So we've got like top, whoa, whoops. I accidentally hit a bunch of hotkeys, my bad. Okay, so top, bar, mid, and low. And then we've got beacon and pole. So here we'll have it do a flash where the fill will go from boom to the white for 2 frames, and then off, then back on one more time, and off again. So now we like zoom in and we go. Oh, it's like here that happens actually. That's cool. And then that's when the oh, I can see how this works actually. So we'll have the path go at its maximum point there, and it'll be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. at this point is where it shows up. And that's when these will show up as well. Actually, I'm just going to group all of these and then say that they go from, like, here's when they'll show up. We'll have opacity at 100 there, and 0 there, and then we'll do position that goes all the way up there. Or like down here that then goes up over to there. Oh, I guess I just need to do the same sort of like, it goes like way up here and then back down to the original. All right. And then have each of these show up a little offset. So like that one's fine. And then here is where this middle one will show up. Then the next one, top bar, opacity, and then back down to 0. That's awesome. Now it gives it a reason to actually be scaling up. And then I can have it do a deep, like a more hefty set of deep glow at this section than what it would normally be. We'll do like 0.2 or something. And it's just like 0 before then. Oh, but when it's doing like the big white flashes, I'll want it to be even more intense. I don't need any of these, just need the deep glow, just need the deep glow. There we go. So at a flash like this, I'll want it to be like way brighter, and then we're back down to 0.2 there. Oh, whoops, I'm realizing that it's like that the whole time actually. Back down to like 0.2 here, and then back up, and back down. YouTube Edit says, is Deep Glow a plugin? Yes, I believe it costs like 40 bucks or something. I can't remember though. Dope, that scene looks fantastic. And now all I need to do is just add rotation to each of these. Where do they all end? Like 20? No, it's like all the way until the very end, I think. And then I'll just be like slinging different values around. So we'll just go all the way back to the beginning here and say, or I guess like to here, and just start like tossing these around, making it completely random. All right, then we're gonna grab all these keyframes, ease them. And that should work fine. Oh yeah, that looks way better. Cool, now we get to do this thing. Okay, we're getting through it. We are very, very close to the end here. Except every time we have to get through this whole black hole thing, but that won't be a super big problem. Actually, you know what? I'll do this scene first since it's easy, or easier. And then we'll get through those last two scenes and be good. All right, so for ship trail, we're going to have the path, we're gonna do points follow nulls. We need this beginning point. Which one is it? This one. Okay, so we don't need this. And we're going to have that attached to the ship. All right. So now we can have the ship. Well, how big is the, oh, it doesn't matter. So we'll do like, where's the beat in this part? Okay. So we'll have it get out to that point. And then it starts getting pulled back till it's all the way off the screen. And all of these planets, meanwhile, can all go until the very end. We've got this one, which will like barely move. This one, which got to move a good bit more. This one's off over there. This one's barely visible behind that. And then this one. And then here they'll like all become just outlined with no colors and like fall off track a bit. Like they won't all be so aligned to this like central area. They'll look like they got broken up a little bit. So that means what I need is, I mean, I guess I could just do anchor point for that, but I also want to do some scale stuff, so that'll probably mess me up. So what I will do is just go in here. Well, I guess I should add another flash probably. So let's do another one of those here, except it'll be red on this last part. It was a little more ominous, I guess. Cool. So here we'll say position and then go like all the way to the end. It'll be just slightly off track down here or something. I'll copy the easing on that. All right. And then same thing with all of these. I just got to make sure I don't accidentally turn off the other keyframes that I made. Rayan says, hey Austin, can you explain why you prefer using speed graph rather than value in your workflow? I mean, well, the first thing is, I don't necessarily, like, it's always kind of a meme that people are talking about, like value graph versus speed graph and like which one's better, but it is the one that I've just used the most. And I think that's because originally it just made the most sense to me. Like, okay, I was more focused on the speed than anything else. And so being able to see, like, in my graph, I've got like a line that goes like this. Oh, the speed over here is really high and then down here is really low. Or like the speed is 0 here and 100 here. It's way easier for me to tell than like, if you're using the value graph, you're essentially having to do extra math because the speed graph is just like, each value is the stroke, or the slope, sorry, of each point on the graph of the value graph. And so you have to have these like different looking graphs that aren't as intuitive to get the same thing. It's just not as easy to like glance at it and be like, yes, I understand what's happening here. It's still not like that difficult, but I've just always found speed graph to be easier. Value graph feels like I'm just doing extra steps that I don't need to. All right, so that one went down, which means this one needs to go up, which means this one needs to go down, and this one needs to go up, and this one's down, this one's up, and down, and up. Okay, and now I can grab each of these. And now we should be good. That doesn't quite work. I think I actually do need it to start like a frame before this. Okay, how about that? I'll also do some scale animation, I think. It'll like go down the line. So we'll have 100 here, and then we'll go down to like, that feels like a little extreme, but we'll try 80 and see if that works. And then all of these back to 100. And then I'll just offset these. Let's move it over here. Okay. And so we need P1 starts first. And then this one is one after. This one's one after that. Like all just moving down the line. Make this sort of ripple go through the whole thing. I think it takes a little bit too long. So I actually have the first 3 do it, and then the next 2 are one frame after that, and so on. All right. Aliens Lullaby says, hey, glad to see you. Welcome, welcome. Fazl says, what is your work schedule, by the way, like specific times and days you work? I'm working full time every day. Like I typically start the day at like 8 a.m. and then depending on what's happening that day, I either end between like 5 to 7 p.m. or so. Rayan says, thank you so much. Keep up the great work. Ahmed says, if you do the animation like a telescope, I think it would be very cool. Fake 3D telescope. That would be a cool way to do it. Though I don't think I'm gonna have enough time to pivot to that on this stream. Cool. And then we're gonna need these to have their own null as well. And we'll say slide left. Grab each of these and attach them to this, and then like, yeah, I guess by here they'll like all just be sliding to the left some. It feels like they actually move a little bit too much. I'd rather them move less and the ball move more. Cool. That feels better. Whew, we're getting there. Oh man. This is starting to feel pretty long. I mean, we're 5 hours in. This is usually around the time where my energy starts dipping a little bit. But ridiculous, we just passed 1,000 views on the stream. That usually doesn't happen until like 2 or 3 days after I've had the video up. So very cool that it's all happened within the actual stream. But anyway. Whew. No, Ahmed says because you used a satellite in the previous scenes, you should do the 3D telescope. I think it would look really, really cool. I just don't want to be on, like, I don't want to have to be animating this for another like 2 hours or so. So I'll probably, like, I'm trying to finish everything up in the next hour, and I think I won't have enough time to fit it in. But it's all right. All right, I need the stroke color of each of these to change. at this point. To just white. Very convenient that I have a white frame right here that I can just grab each keyframe from. All right, cool. And then I'll add a little color overlay onto each of these as well, so they're slightly faded in the background. Color overlay goes from 0% to 100, or to like 50% opacity at this point. Let's try that. All right, here we go. Let's see what that looks like. Taking forever to load. But that works. And then what we need is to add echo onto this ball. Do I have it on this one on the ring? I do. Very convenient. Okay, that's all good. And then add it to this guy. Alright, so let's see. Fossil says your subscriber skyrocketed after Ben mentioned you in his video. Very true. Sam says, hey Austin, any alternatives to Overlord on a budget and manually transferring from Illustrator to AE is a pain? Yeah, I'm really not sure. Overlord seems to be like the top solution. I haven't heard of any other ones. But I think it's like $45 or something. So I would say it's definitely worth saving up for. Let's see. Ahmed says, oh, I see. Lucas says planet shouldn't go on the opposite way from the ball. It would give a better feeling, I guess. We can try it. I don't think that'll work though. Let's try it. Now, because they're a bigger set of objects than this main ball. Well, once they get faded out, it doesn't really matter that much. Let me do something with this real quick. Jeez, my performance is horrible right now. Everything is starting to run so slowly. And I haven't even had a deep flow or anything yet. What if I close Illustrator? I have Audition open for some reason still. Yeah, I want to save that. Let's see if this will help. I also have like 20 tabs of my browser open. Let's close each of those. All right, there we go. Hopefully that clears some stuff up. I'll clear my cache one more time. realistically, these should not be having like this many problems. It's got like one layer style on it and nothing else on these planets, but it's freaking them out for some reason. Maybe I'll disable the color overlay until later, but I mean, it looks fine for now. I want to add, let's see. I want to make this a gradient trail. So I'm going to go in here and say gradient stroke, and we'll have it go from white to yellow to blue to red, and then fading off. Okay. I just need to make sure that looks right. No, it does not. Okay, we need the start and end point to be like this. Okay. That should work fine. And then by the time it gets to here, I'll need the colors to have changed. So colors are fine there, but then by here, they'll just all need to be this white color. So I'll delete that and make it the same color. So that way it matches the rest of it being kind of like small by comparison. Cool. I'll call it on that one for now, and then we'll get through this one and then tackle that black hole thing and be done. Great. I'll make a null on this first to get the general movement down. We'll say, oh wait, I should probably do shapes, slide, like all of this is attached to those. Okay. And this will be slide over. Select everything that's not already parented to something and parent it to that. And that way I can do, like it slides to the left a little bit and then all the way off to the right. Which means I'll probably need to have it like this, more likely. Cool. Let's try this out, shall we? Jardison says, dude, you're a workhorse. Do you ever take pauses? Haha. I took one earlier in the hour, but I'm definitely getting tired. So it is a good thing that I probably only have like another hour of this. Kudos on the channel and beautiful work. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. So now we've got, what about these? We're gonna do set mat to 28. Okay, that needs to happen for that one and that one. This one will be for 31. Oops. that one, and that one. Just adding set mat to each of these lines and shape rows so that they'll fit only within those bounds. All right. So we'll have the middle one show up first. That's all of these, and then we'll do the two on either side after that, like 2 frames later. And same thing 2 frames later with the others. And then just chop everything off at the end here. Okay. Okay, we'll do, this thing moves over slightly. Maybe I'll do like an, oh, actually I can just do this. That's fine. So it'll start like slightly off to the side there. All right, and then do I have to do anything different with these? Yeah, I should have just done an anchor point. So that's what I'll do. I'll change this back to where it was. And just use an anchor point instead. All right, and then anchor point's the same on this. Cool. So now it should cascade in. And then when this pops in, so we've got rings here, we'll do, this one appears when the first one pops in. So we'll do opacity 100 there, 0 there. And then it will go from like 50% to 100%. And we'll say opacity and scale. And same for this one and for this one. Cool. That already feels cool without even animating any of the stuff that's inside of it. So we'll say that the shapes will go from, ooh, but they all have their individual thing. That's annoying. All right, so what I'm gonna do is animate all of them at the same time and then just adjust the keyframes. So we'll say position there, and then all the way over here, they will be at like this section or so, something like this. Okay, and then they'll all move back over this way as they're sliding to the right. Okay, and we're gonna do an exponential decay curve in and an exponential growth curve out, both at 100%. And now all I have to do is just say, which one is number 3? Here we go, that one's there. This one lines up here. This one lines up here. That one's there, and this one's here. And that should work now. That's dope. Oh, I could so easily add echo on those too. Not to give myself more reason to add echo to things, but I think it'll blend those together nicely. Which one are they? They're the blue layers. So at the beginning, it should look like a complete smear across. Okay, I think all of them have it now. Yeah, so now it's like a complete smear all the way over. That looks awesome. My computer's gonna hate me. Oh no. Yeah, there we are. And then, oh, and then it smears, it comes back across too. That's awesome. I'll scale this up a little bit as we get over here. It'll be like 120 maybe. And then as that's happening, that'll allow us to bring this in. Like so. Okay, says, what's the difference animating an anchor point in the position? Confuses me at times. Sometimes I just don't want to add another null to something, so I'll just use anchor point and like fake it being position. But the anchor point is, if you're animating it, is actually changing where that like base point is for that shape layer. So if I needed to add some rotation or something, but I was animating the anchor point as well, it would like change the point that the shape is rotating around, because it'll rotate around wherever the anchor point is. So if it's in the center of the shape, it'll just spin it. But if it's off to the side, it'll rotate it around that object. So like anchor point's here and I have my shape, then I'll just like rotate like this. But if my anchor point is now here, then my shape is going to rotate around it like that. And I hope that showed on stream, but I guess we'll find out. Anyway, hopefully this works. Cool. All right, so that's all of those. It's just this black hole scene in the text now, I believe. Did I have this scale out? Scale down? Like when this happens? Let's just see how that looks. I don't know why my computer hates this one scene. This feels like the least intensive scene out of every single one I've done. Alright, it's time for this black hole thing and then we'll be good. How did this end up so far down here? Weird. Cool. Alright, how do we want to do this? We're gonna have this ball. Well, I guess first I need the echo again. Let me grab that so it's consistent. And then we'll have this go from like there to here. And then get like further sucked into it as it gets close. Which means I'll need another null to do that, I think. So I'll grab this, I'll say pull. And that way I can like stack that interaction. So even though it's not fully stopped moving to the left yet, I can have it like speed up even more to get pulled into this thing. Whoops, I need to attach this first. Oh, this is underneath all of that. That's not gonna work. It can be underneath the front ring though. That works fine. And then I need this to be set mat to BH base, I believe. So that I can have it go. Oh, that's not the one I wanted. Whoops. Oh, I guess just to inside shapes. Does that work now? There we go. Okay. All right, let's see what that looks like. Oh, I see the problem here. Can I enable when the set mat takes effect? That would be nice. Maybe it's just once it's over top of this, I've got like another shape here, and this one is just doesn't have a set mat on it. Does that work? Oh, it's a weird in between, so I need it to be like there still. Okay, that works fine. Okay, that still stops a little too fast. Because the problem is it's like speeding up out of the scene, so I need it to have like come into the scene quickly, but then still continue sliding into it. And I think we're very close to making it work. Honestly, that works perfectly. Okay, and then all I need to do on top of this is like just animate a bunch of other stuff. All of these extra little shapes in here need to have animation on it. Astra says, while making 3 keyframes, the right handle of the middle one affects the left one. How do you make them act separately? The right handle of the middle one affects the left one. I don't quite understand that. Does that make sense? Oh, you just have to, yeah, I see what you're saying. So it'll make another keyframe over here. So if you select all of these and then you're moving this around, it's gonna have all of them be adjusted. But if you just select the individual keyframe, then you can move the handles however you want on either side and it works fine. You just want to make sure you've only got one selected, that's all. All right, inside shapes, here we go. Got smallest, or we'll just do, actually it's already set to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this should work fine. I need all of their anchor points to be down here at the base of the shape. So I'm gonna do some nasty scale operations here that I hope don't look totally gross. All right, here we go. So now we'll say scale and get all the way to here. Actually, by the time the ball gets into it, it should probably be normal. Okay, but we're gonna start with each of these much larger than it is now. But I need each of these to be split to do that. All right, so we'll do this first one at like 200. This one is like 250. Then 300. 400. Oop, nope, now it's getting way too big. Whoops. All right, this is gonna be a little more manual than I thought it would be. Move that out even further to where it's more like a circle. Like that. Whoops, did I already do that one? Oh, and then that one's not gonna animate. Okay, I see. Hopefully this works. Cool. John Stewart says, how are you still alive? Don't know, dog. No idea. It's really starting to get to me though. I'm trying to finish within the 6 hour mark, or like to the 6.5 hour mark now. I think that's attainable. And then I don't even get to post this thing until however much later. I don't get to post this thing until Sunday. Why do they have this, just like this flowing bit that's happening here? It's kind of strange. All right, and then I think I know what I'm gonna do for these inside lines. I'm gonna do a path animation on each one and just like pull the handles down, or I guess up. I know what I'm thinking. I just can't really explain it at the moment. All right, here we go. So we'll grab path 1, and we want this guy to be, oh wait, but it's got a point there, so that might not work. It would be more like this. Like more of just a straight line. That looks strange. I think that works though. Then I need the same thing with this one. So like move it up here, bring that out a little bit, and then bring this that way. All right, and then what's this next one? You do the same thing with these. And same thing with this one. And then we'll just hope that that does enough. That's actually perfect. The perspective on that is so weird. Pace says those match cuts are so smooth. Lucas says a little tip, next stream you could use a program to show the keys tapping on screen so people know the shortcuts for some specific functions. I'm with you. The programs that I have found only work on one monitor, and I've got a 2-monitor setup, and I've usually got After Effects on one and Illustrator on the other. So since I can only have it on one of those, I would need to like change the position, I believe, or maybe there's some way to do like window capture with OBS and it'll work, but I don't know. I haven't gotten it to work quite yet. But if I can figure that out in the future, you will know. There we go. And then we're going to do, for the actual BH null, we're going to do everything inside of there attached to that so that we can do some sort of movement to the side. Oh, why is this front ring not? There we go. So like this. Actually, will it work if I like have it start further back here and then it ends up there? I think that just moves a little bit too much. Oh boy, I think my cache is getting full again. Oh man. All right, here we go, and we'll do a little bit of rotation on this. Rotation does not work. It could just be because I have this front ring thing. I'm just gonna remove it. Let's watch it all the way through and see what it feels like it should do. Oh yeah, once this transfer happens, then we'll have everything in here. Well, first of all, these will be gone. And then I'm gonna have this scale up. So maybe it's like 10 frames back. No, we'll do like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And like scale all the way up to being that big. And then we'll scale all the way back down to like 75%. Oh, except we don't need that one. Whoops. All right, here we go. And move this one over. That should work. Just eats it right up. I think the way I'm gonna get this front ring thing to work is by doing, well, I guess I'll make it round capped, but then I'll do a taper with the start. Actually, I also need trim paths on this. We're only gonna ever have it be at like 75% of the way full. And then the taper will be on there. And now if I do offset, that should work. Especially if I add another one underneath here that's only at like 1 pixel wide and doesn't have trim paths and doesn't have any taper garbage on it either. So now we've got just this one part on the top that can rotate. Pretty easily. So we'll start it at 0. And then just have it continue all the way through, maybe to like, I don't know how many times through, like 10 times? That's a lot. Okay, not that many times. How about 5? -5? -3. I think it needs taper on the other side as well, a little bit. Let's do like 10% on the other side. Okay, says the rotation could work the other way around, see as the ball is entering the hole. Huh. Oh, like everything starts rotating a bit here? That could work. I think everything could just be attached to one null. That'd probably work. Okay, we gotta do something about this trim path situation though. Let's maybe do like one there, and then the easing would look like, oh, well, wait. Crap. Let's do 0 to 1.5 and then all the way to 3.5. And we'll do exponential decay and exponential growth, except this middle part will be set to, I don't know, like 100 degrees a second. That's much too slow. Let's do 270. How high am I gonna have to make this thing? Sheesh. Let's do like 600. If I get this to be like 2, and then this one's up to 4. That might have been too much. Let's start this at like 180. And we'll also have like the stroke width itself be increasing throughout this first section. Ooh, that could be an easy way to do this too. So we'll get to a section where this is basically stopped, and then we'll do a fill here, and it'll be attached to BH null just like everything else. And this will be our ring matte. And then we'll do, each of these is set matte to the ring matte. And then we can have this be set to like expand outward from the width of the width of the box, or the width of the actual black hole. So that way it has to like expand out a little bit. And so it's not already so huge. And then I realized that I'm gonna need to add deep glitter to this. So what I'm gonna do is, well, first of all, I'm gonna make it so you can't see that. And I'm gonna say ring front, and we're gonna parent that to BH null. Cool. That should work perfectly fine. There we go. Ray says a bit late, hello. And then M7D says the ball looks like it goes through it, not inside it. Well, it doesn't come out the other side. So I'd say it goes in it. Oh. Okay, let's do some funky shenanigans with these outside rings now, shall we? Let's do a taper on this. We'll do like 75%. Rotation paths on each of these. Whoops, I accidentally added that to the wrong one. Here we go. And then I need to add this bit. How does that look? Oh, well, I guess I need to remove that. Needs to get even smaller, maybe down to like 25%. Even smaller? Maybe it gets down to like 5%. And on this thing, I wonder what it looks. I mean, that already looks pretty cool. It really kind of blows everything else out, though. Oh, that's funny. Lucas said maybe scale down the ball a little bit to help give the sensation that it's going inside the black hole. Great minds. Man, like something has got to happen to this thing, but it just doesn't. Let's grab that, and then this one goes there, and this one goes there. Move shape. John Stewart says, how are you not bothered by the echo on the ball at the end? Oh, you're so right. I hadn't even noticed it until just now. Oh, it's gonna have to get so granular. Let's do like 05. There we go. So now there's like no echo on it at all. Let's do 03, maybe? Man, that is real. That's really something. So many echoes on this thing. Like 100 echoes on that. But at least now it's not choppy. Cool. All right, let's see. Let's add like a big rotation null or something to this, and then see if that helps with it feeling like it needs some other stuff. Rotation. This one also needs something. Okay, cool. That should work. So we'll do between here and here, we'll get it to be like 90 degrees. Oh, that looks really cool. Going up instead of down. I was just trying to do -90, but I accidentally put in the wrong thing. But that does look pretty cool. Let's do kind of like what we did at the beginning of the video, where it doesn't just rotate, but it also kind of moves in the direction that the rotation snapped it to a little bit. So we'll do, and how did I do it on this one? It's over and then just like easy eased and then up to whatever direction it needs to go. That's all right. So we'll do like over to here. And then we'll go like back to the center by the end of it. That doesn't quite work because it was already like coming from that opposite direction. So now it's like really jank. You know what I might do instead of having to do this rotation is I kind of like how it looks like this to begin with. I might just keep it vertical and then just have the ball come in from the side and get sucked up into there. I think that'll be cooler anyway. I just need to change where the ball is going. So I'll need to attach this to, okay, this is on pull, which means I think I can get it to go over there by doing this. I like that you can play something in After Effects like 5 times, and then on the 6th time it's like, nah, I don't understand what you're trying to do. It gets all laggy. Okay, and then the whole thing can move over there. Now it's like too far down. I kind of want the black hole itself to be like super huge and at the top of the screen now. So I think at like its smallest point, it should be like this big. And then where does it start? It starts over here. Let's have it start like up here, and then it slides down into place here instead. Oh, except now the thing needs to go the other way. Yo, Ben, what's happening, dog? You made my stream viewership count go up like 2x overnight. I'm on hour 6 because I was fielding so many questions from like 60 people at the beginning of this thing. I appreciate you, bro. I hope you're having a good morning. John Stewart says, I also want the review cap. Dude, we'll make it happen. Don't worry. We'll get through there. We'll make some merch happen. Alright. I need this, like, black hole ring thing to go the opposite direction that it's currently going. Which I could, if I was sneaky, just do a 180 rotation on the pre-comp. And that's what that worked. Cool. Nice. Well, welcome. Here's what we got so far. Order of the week's gravity. Still got lots of like small things to update and change, but actually, you know what? Why don't I play it in full screen? That would probably be the way to do it. Here we go. Fit up to 100%, and oh, well, I guess I can turn up the audio too. That'd be good. We can hear what's going on here. All right, here's a little preview, y'all. No, After Effects, why would you do this to me? Tragic. We'll watch it through one more time. Cool. I'm liking it so far. It's been a journey, but here we go. Oh boy, all the Ben stands are coming out in the chat. Astro says, Ben. Flota says, ha ha ha, Ben Marriott. Very nice. Oh, Astro says, we love you both. Really love your work. Thank you. Glad to hear that, man. Appreciate you. So I'm going to do lighting on this part. Deep glows and all that jazz all around. But then I'm feeling better about this like black hole situation. I think it looks super cool now. Oh, I could like, well, if I had each of these as individual shapes, I could like have them flash through as the ball gets tossed in there. That'd be dope. Maybe there's some way I can do that. I could like trace those shapes out, I guess, and with some path animation that might work, but maybe it's just like as the ball passes through each of those, I can make it so that like these lines flicker inside of there or something. Appreciate it, Ben. Nick Graphics also says this is insane. Appreciate you. John Stewart says, don't worry, Austin, I'm gonna get my Ben feature in 6 months so we can both be cool. We're cool already. You're already hanging. You're cool. We're all just vibing out. It's a good time. All right, I need to differentiate this hero orb that's coming in here. So what I'll probably end up doing is as it comes in, I'm gonna make it change colors. Actually, you know what? That would make sense anyway. It's already gonna pass these like yellow and blue and red things, so why not have it take those colors on as well? Though in order to do that, I'm gonna need to like have this extended throughout. Let me look at color really quick, turn on the color palette, and then as it comes in here, actually I'll turn off this front ring so I can see it better. as it comes in here, we'll have the fill color change from, it'll be yellow at this point. And then where did it go? Oh, it's just already gone at that point, it would appear. Oh, it's because it doesn't move up nearly as far as it used to. I see. It's just been disappearing like way faster than I thought it was. It needs to go like all the way up here now. I see. Okay. We're on it now. Don't you worry, everybody. I don't like this echo that's happening here, but that's okay. It won't be there in this version, right? Why does it disappear in this one? What if I take the set mat off? It just doesn't show up. I'm not sure why. I might just have to redo that part. That's okay though. Oh, it's because it's like way off here and it's just a super long echo. Because the scale at this point is, oh, what? It's all the way down here now. What is going on? After Effects, you are confusing me. But then again, when isn't it? All right, so let's do more with the color here. By this point, we're probably already at it being yellow there. Then we're already to it being red by this point. So why not have it start turning those colors once it starts getting pulled in? We'll do white there, then yellow again, and blue, and then the red. And I'll add a hefty amount of deep glow on this guy once it gets pulled in here, so that way it can beat out the this trail a bit. All right, but that should work fine. Yeah, if I had the deep glow on that should work. Let's try that now. Ooh boy, that is strong. So we're just gonna increase the exposure until it gets to like this point. So we'll have it just like slowly fade up. It'll be at 0 around here. Not that my computer's very happy with me. Is my cache full again already? It just might be. My cache is already full again. This is crazy. But that should work. If my cache were clear, I think that would work fine. All right, I'll turn the music back on. Here we go. Everything's already saved, so I'll purge my cache again. And hope things don't crash, I guess. See, John Stewart, Ben says you're cool already too. We're all cool in here. We're all doing motion design, aren't we? I mean, we basically just get to make cool videos for a living. I'll take that any day. All right. And then once we get to this point, John says, how much AE cache memory do you have set? It's at like 46 or something right now. Here we go. Bring that up there. It'll get pulled up from the bottom. Wow, what is going on? Now it's not even like updating my text as I'm moving it. And there's not even any effects on this thing. We need some echo on it. What's that look like? Cool. Well, then what direction do things move again in this one? Oh, it just scales up a tiny bit. I'll just grab a null to make that happen. Scale. Lucas says, damn man, it's so heavy that the stream is dropping frames. Tragic. That's not good. I don't know what that's going to mean for render time. We'll just bring this up a little bit. That should be sufficient enough to make it loop. Come on, load. Give it a little bit more of a tail on that. Cool. Astro says, how much RAM does your PC have? 32 gigs. Here we go. All right, let's do what we were talking about earlier and add some shading to each of these. Actually, wait, let's finish whatever last little bits we got to get through, and then we'll do that. As that's coming through, I think we can make some of those lines flash. So where is the ball at this point? It's all the way over there, comes through, and then we're at the first one, or the like furthest out. So we'll do a little opacity flash. We'll go from there down to 0, and then back up to 100. Easy ease all of that. Okay, and then here we're at the second or the next group. So we're gonna make sure that we have the same opacity thing going on, and then we're at all of these, essentially. One more. How does that look? Cool. Let's see. John says, can I ask how you choose words for each week? It's honestly pretty dependent on just like what I've been experiencing that week. Like this week, I mean, this time I was actually, the word was suggested to me by someone we work with. But it still works in the sense that like I've been feeling like I've been pulled in a bunch of different directions this week. So like gravity, and like there's all of these different things that have their own gravitational pull on me at any given time. So it's lots of stuff like that. No random word generator quite yet. Miguel says, would you use 3D if you decided to animate through the tunnel? Maybe. Maybe. I'm not too sure what that would look like. I'd probably end up just doing something with path animation or something. I feel like there's a pretty easy way to do that with some faux 3D. Ooh, maybe I can, once I recomp all of this, I can have some like bulge that falls through here or around the ball. So it like warps gravity a bit. Let me try that. Add an adjustment layer down here. And then it just, as the ball is coming through here, we'll have, what would be a good one on this? Let's just do bulge. The center is down here where the ball is. And then we'll do, what, like 200 radius, and then it would be the bulge height would be like -5, taper radius set to like this, I guess, and that should do it. Now I'll just grab center, and then we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, Well, I guess I should probably just do frame by frame on this, honestly. It's only 6 frames. So then we got it up here. Another one there. Then all the way up here. We're at the very top. That might mess things up a bit more than I want it to. But let's see what it looks like. Honestly, it's not even really that noticeable. I don't think it's big enough. Let's do like 400 on either side. That might be too much. It just needs more time to ramp up, honestly. Or like really only be that crazy of a distance around here. So we'll do that. We'll say it's like 100 and 0 by that point. And we'll just ease everything. It should look okay. It says, can't wait to see how the tunnel will look with deep glow on it. I think it'll be cool. Though the whites will probably wash out the rest of the colors and stuff, so I don't really know how it's gonna look. Just warps it a tiny bit now. We'll make this text a little bit chunkier by having 40 echoes or so. John says linked playlist. Sure, can do that. Share, copy links playlist. There you go. Enjoy. I'll also link the Discord again for anyone who wants to join that. There will be some exciting announcements in there soon. Also a really easy way to connect with people and know if I'm live and all of those different things. Dare I do another flash? I am kind of tempted. Like once the ball actually gets in there. But I don't think enough changes afterwards for it to make sense. Ooh, Ben with the speed or value graph question. I'm on team speed all the way. Not even a question. All the time. It's partially just because I have more experience with it, but also it just seems like it's more intuitive. It's like, oh, okay, at this point, graph is much higher, the speed's much higher. At this point, the graph is very low, so the speed's very low. Whereas like the actual math that's happening, like the value graph is just like, it feels like it's actually a tier below the speed graph, because every point on the speed graph is just taking the mathematical slope of every point on the value graph. I'll stand by my speed graph all day. Not even a hint of faltering on that one. All right, this feels good. Maybe it feels like there's something else that needs to happen here. I'm not sure what. It's just kind of like a weird pause there. Ben says value graph is superior. You're wrong for that, man. Absolutely not. Yeah, honestly, I feel like I'm starting to nitpick this section a little bit too much. Like watching the whole thing all the way through, it's only like half a second that this thing is really even here. And I feel like that's a good way to close it out. Maybe like the exposure goes up higher on deep glow here or something, and then it like collapses back down, but I don't know. John says using value graph is like going to McDonald's and getting a salad. That's an interesting way to describe it, but I totally get what you mean. Lucas says not everyone is perfect, Ben, don't worry. I'm so glad that I have managed to get like the small minority of speed graphers together. We're all hanging out. It's fun. We're actually going to make that a requirement for any like future Revie applicant is going to need to be speed graph only. They even mentioned value graph in an interview. Not looking good. It's over. That's fine. I still have to figure out how to animate that planet, but I think that's the last step, and then we'll be good. Let me animate some of the lights on this thing, and then we'll do some post-processing and get out of here before this 7-hour mark. All right, so for this ring, I'm going to add a mask based on the circle. All right, that should work fine. I just need to bring this on down. I'm gonna do a set matte instead. We're gonna say ring and set matte. I'm gonna do an inverted matte on this guy right here. Boom. So now if I hide that, only gonna show up where that thing is, and I'm going to actually add this shape layer. I'm gonna parent it to the ring, and then it should work perfectly fine the whole time, I think. Cool. Ben says, well, it seems like I'm alone on this. Doesn't look good for the rest of you. Hey man, you're the one that is not in the majority here. Just saying. Just saying, dog. He said I'm out of luck if anything needs to move diagonally though. Yeah, good luck with that. Good luck with that. All right, let's move the lights on this thing. Ben feels so called out right now. Awkward. Sorry, man. Just gotta stick to your guns. I mean, we'll stick to ours and you stick to yours. It'll be good. We'll all make motion work nonetheless. Ooh, I accidentally had caps lock on. My bad. John is going in right now. Ruthless. My goodness. Y'all are funny. Alright. Let's do this thing. And group 3. Cool. All of those should do some interesting shenanigans now that they even just rotate. Ooh, I don't like that they go in opposite directions though. That's a little strange. So this one goes from, yeah, so we'll actually do the opposite. We'll have it go from negative 326 or whatever. There we go. That should work. That feels much better now. All right. It's quite the hot debate, y'all. Ben's next video title: Why you should always use value graph. You're funny, Astro. That's good. No, I think we should have a little comparison. It's like we can do some sort of like sports players, if they're right-handed, having to play the sport with their left hand, I feel like would be the equivalent of someone who's using value graph all the time having to use speed graph, or vice versa. I think we should totally do like a head-to-head challenge where I've got to use value graph and Ben's got to use speed graph or something. That'd be fun. That'd be funny. All right, gradient fill. There we go. Each of these will be at their respective points by then, and then up here it will be like so. There we go. Okay. All of these will be exponential decay curves. Easy peasy. That's fun. I need to add something else to this though. I need like an inner glow of some kind across the whole thing. We'll just grab our white color, do like maybe 15 on the size and bring it down pretty low in the opacity. Actually, you know what? Let's do... No, the yellow's a little bit too much. Up the range. There we go. Now it's just got a little bit of a glow on the outside. Nothing too crazy though. I'll add that to the rest of these. Cool. All right. There was another section where I needed to add this, and I can't... Oh yeah, here on this planet. Planet 2. Add that there. Cool. That's looking good. I don't think anything else needs that on it. And then is there anything else I want to do to this? I don't think so. I think that should be it. This is so fun. Whew. This is a good one. Cool. All right, I think it's just like general touch-up time with some post-processing, and then we should be good. It's time to start adding deep glow all over the place is really what that means, let's be real. All right, so planet begin, we'll set deep glow at like 0.2, maybe even less if I'm feeling crazy. 0.05. It's like pretty minimal. And we'll go in here. Oh yeah, I need to add texture to each of these balls or make them glow. I don't know which one I want to do yet. Let's see. What if I just do a little bit of bevel and emboss? What's that gonna do for me? Make my computer really annoyed. Oh wait, no, it won't work with the echo. I've got to do deep glow. I can't do shading on it or it's not going to work. Oh wait, but it should apply the, never mind. It should apply the bevel and emboss across the entire, like, stretch. It shouldn't matter. Because it's not a, as long as it's not a gradient fill, it won't be a big deal. All right, we'll grab the same colors that we have here. Actually, I'll do this dark blue color. And then I'm gonna bring this down to like 25% maybe. And then soften it a bit. There we go. Now just very, very minimal shading on this. My computer will be really upset in a second when I do, I'm gonna save first. When I do this, oh boy, here it goes. Okay, they've all got some bevel on them now. That's fun. Does it look, it looks a little too cartoony. Give me just a second. I forgot to change the opacity of this guy here. Okay, not on either of those. And now we're good. Oh, I need it on the original ball too. There we go. All right, now it should work. I don't even know why I'm trying to play this. It definitely is not going to work. All right, and then I'll be extra crazy, and on the ones that have colors on them, I'll add deep glow. All right, here we go. So we've got this one. This one. That one. That one. It hasn't even had a chance to load all the ones I just put in. And there we go. That feels pretty good. And then otherwise it'll just probably be like an add-on sort of thing. Did I just see one that was like kind of a weird tan or something over here? Oh, it's just because it's not on the main one. I see. I'll just add to that one too. That's fine. And then I need it on each of these. This whole stack of shapes. Pretty minimal, nothing too crazy. Actually, I'll up it on everyone except for the top one. That one will be like 0.01. And then the rest of these will be like 0.1. Okay, says, think this is the one you've used so many heavy effects on the most. I agree. I mean, it's like 70 different shapes that I had in that one, in that previous scene, and we're just going crazy. All right, on this ring, we'll make it be like 2. And then like generally on the planet, we'll do like 0.1 or something. It's not too crazy. And then on this one, oh yeah, on these cracks, I definitely want that. And then like as they get towards the end here, I want them to get really, really bright and kind of overexposed. So I'll do exposure from there, and then once it's over here, it'll be at like a full exposure. Oh, it's a good thing I checked. That platform disappears further in. All right, so that'll get pretty bright there, and then this same set of keyframes for the exposure, but I'm gonna make it so it's over a shorter amount of time. Cool. And so now as they get bigger and brighter, they're getting like way more glow happening on them until it just smashes and everything's just gone. And then I'll add onto this one. Oh, whatever, I know what I can type in here. I'll just say fragments just gets deep glow as a whole, and then set it to like 0.2 maybe. Nothing too big. Oh, and then each of these shape rows is going to be super cool. It's all like stuck within those boxes, but I think it should still work fine. Bring it down to like 0.2, maybe 0.1. Onto each of these layers. Cool. That's all good. And then once we get here, we can do it on the planets that have colors on them. So P2, 3, and 4, and then 6, 7, and 8. Nice. And then on the actual trail, they can be a little brighter, like 0.3 or 0.4. Let's do 0.5. That's the part that's standing out. Why not? Okay. And then this tunnel, we need it on this inside shapes layer. I wish that I had it just on the ones that were colored, but that's okay. And on this ring front as well. And then we've got the colors that show up in there. That's looking cool. Let's bring this up to just like straight up 1 maybe. I mean, that's really bright, but wait, I'm seeing the problem here. It's not gonna go outside the comp. So let me do this. Let me actually go inside of this thing. Does that work? No, I'm just gonna have to add it after, I think. That's unfortunate. Here we go. Pay says someday you should do a try not to use deep glow challenge. We can do that. We can do that all. I mean, I'll still probably use some grain and stuff, but we can do like pretty flat shapes with some muted colors and stuff. That could look cool. Abdullah says, what if deep glow didn't exist? That would be a scary, yeah, that is a scary thought. That's what Astra said. And then Pay said we'd use AE default glow. Scary. Did that for too long. All right, let's actually duplicate this and then just remove everything except for that bottom shape. Then we can remove deep glow from that one and just have the glow on this layer. Doesn't look great on that top one though. It's much more obvious when they flicker off now though. That's kind of cool. All right. You're telling me if I rasterize the comp, it'll let me add deep glow and it'll extend beyond the bounds? My mind about to be blown. Whoa, what happened to this? The comp isn't even like, it doesn't even exist anymore. What is going on? That's so strange. It doesn't let me, is it because I added deep glow to it? That's so odd. It only shows in that one space now. It does not want to rasterize. If I turn off the effects for it? No. If I just delete that, it still is just messed up. What? What is going on here? I'm so confused. What happened to this comp? As soon as I turn on rasterization, it just goes away. Huh. Oh, it's probably because I've got them on set mats. Wait, I don't even think I need this anymore. What if I try it now? Rasterize? Okay, things are looking good so far. What if I move a frame or so? No, this should be fine. Aha! Good tip. Thank you. cool. It's starting to look like a casino a little bit, but I'm not opposed to it. Blitzit says, yes, that's Adobe issues I asked them a million times to fix when you have set mount inside comps. That's so lame. I don't know why they wouldn't have fixed that by now. Deep glow and set this to like 0.01 or something. All right, there we go. Feeling generally pretty good about everything in here. Each scene's looking pretty nice now. It's just taking forever to load anything. All right, here we go. Also, this is probably the most layers I've had in one of these loops so far, so that's probably another reason why we're having so many issues. Like, we're over 100 in here. I don't think I usually crack 50 for these. All right, here we go. We'll call this everything. And then now we'll do our usual slew of just like a general over the top 0.01 deep glow on top of everything. So it just kind of brings everything together a little bit. And then we'll do our chromatic aberration and that sort of stuff. But first I got to add grain. All right, so we'll do, nope, sorry. I'm so used to typing that. Okay, we'll do our shadows first, since there are a lot of those in this video. Monochromatic animation set to, I've been doing 0.25 speed recently. I've enjoyed that quite a lot. We'll set this to final output, and then it's not on anything except for the shadows. We'll bring the size down to like 0.6, and the intensity down to like 0.8. Maybe a little less than that. Oh, it's not even updating when I'm dragging, like just trying to pan around the comp. I'll save in case it crashes. There we go. Yeah, that's a little too obvious. We'll bring that intensity down to 0.6 as well. Maybe a little bit less even? I don't know. All right, but that's generally fine. And then we'll duplicate and say mids, and then I need a section that's got a lot of color. So we'll go to this spot and we will do only in the midtones, nothing in the shadows. And we'll do like 0.3 for the size. The shadows I think might be a little bit too, need to move this down even more. We'll do like 0.3 on the shadows maybe. That still looks good. All right, and then we need one on the highlights. So we'll use this ball for a sample and say that the application is set to multiply. It's only in the highlights, nothing in the midtones. And now I've got some green in there too. That should work fine. What about in here? Any of the highlights in here look all jank? Nope, generally feels pretty good. All right, I love that extra deep glow adjustment layer is a 5.5 second render time per frame. That's not gonna be fun. Whew. Danny says, do you think the key to making these is to have a strict time limit to come up with ideas so you don't overthink it? Absolutely, yeah. I only give myself, today I only took 20 minutes to come up with it, but typically I give myself a maximum of like an hour and a half. Anything longer than that, I'm just spending a little bit too much time. I gotta try and just crank these out as fast as possible. All right, bring these all in again. Pre-chrome ab. And then we'll do our chromatic aberration. Here we go. We'll do channel mixer. Set everything to add. Duplicate these. This will be our green. And this will be our red. And nothing in there. Ooh, actually that looks kind of cool. The blue and pink? That's kind of fun. What does it look like in some of the other scenes? Ooh, that's kind of sick, honestly. What if I add in just like, or take off some of the blue, bring it down to like 50? That's kind of fun. It's like this really blue toned thing. I'm not opposed to that. It really does take out the yellows though, and the yellows do look quite nice. Maybe bring this down a little bit more, like 25, just to bring those yellows a bit. Yeah, that's kind of cool. I like those. And then we'll do like a little bit of chromatic aberration, like 100.5 and 100.25 respectively on the scale. Do I have a section that's got some lines that I can use for this? Yeah, there we go. That looks pretty good. I might do 101 and 100.5 just to exaggerate it even more. Now I really got some chromatic aberration going. That like overly blue tone is kind of interesting though. I feel like it kind of brings everything together more. Dope. That's everything, y'all. I'm pretty sure anyway. I don't think we're missing anything. Everything. We'll just call it final. And then comp settings, bring it to 22 seconds. Duplicate our guy there. And that should be it. I love the deep blue love that's happening in the chat. Oh, but the yellows do look so good. Like, what does it look like there with the... I don't know. This is a tough one, y'all. I kind of like the muted blue tone, but it looks really good with the yellows too. I mean, they're still kind of in there. It's just not nearly as like deep as it is there. What about... All right, let's check each scene. See what it looks like. Over here. Go there. Yeah. Yeah, let's do this. Let's do it like this. I think it looks good. Whew, that's fun. All right, it's render time, y'all. Let's do it. It doesn't even, like, this is one of those weird ones where it doesn't feel like I'm finished with it, even though I went through and did everything that I needed to. Remove those. And then start my render. We'll call it, which one is this one? This one's gravity loops once 6/24/22. I don't even get to post this yet. Oh, that's so tragic. I gotta wait till Sunday because now I'm posting Sunday afternoons pretty consistently, and it's worked very well. Okay, or here, I can go to the just chatting now. Even though my computer's probably really upset with me while I'm rendering this thing out. But anyway, let's go ahead and answer some questions, shall we? Okay says, please explain chromatic aberration. So if you add the effect channel mixer and basically just do what I did there, what I'm doing is splitting it out into its red, green, and blue channels individually. That's why there's 3 copies of the layer. And then chromatic aberration is just a tiny bit of distortion where like the red layer is slightly larger in scale than the bottom 2. So you get like on spots where you've got thin lines or like where there's white objects, it starts to like bleed the color out around the edge a little bit. And it makes it look pretty cool. Anyway, let's see some of this other stuff. Oh, I feel like I've missed so many chats in the past few minutes. Sorry guys. I really just had to get through that last bit. Also, it says 13 minutes left on this render, so we'll have plenty of time to do like Q&A type stuff for now. All right, here we go. What did I miss? Paige says, I've noticed a pattern with your streams. After Effects always seems to start lagging 6 hours into a project. I wish that I could get back to that 5-hour mark that I had on the first stream, but I mean, I'm gonna be honest, that loop was one of my least favorites. I really wasn't doing many things that I thought were all that exciting in there. I was playing it safe because I was trying to get comfortable with the stream, but anyway, that 5-hour mark might be behind us for good. I don't know. Abdullah says, I'm able to watch Austin's first live stream, always be in freelance projects, job, and university. That's very cool. That's a good place to be. Let's see, anything else? All right, cool. We're good. But if anybody has any questions or anything, feel free. I'll be here for the next 17 minutes or however long it takes to finish rendering this thing. All these effects are really, really putting in the hurt on my computer this time. And I'm hoping that the stream isn't lagging too much from it. Anyway, exciting things coming to the Discord server early next week. Ooh, which reminds me that Noah and I were supposed to do something. But that's okay. That's fine. Anyway, Animator says, congrats, you made it again. Have a nice weekend. You deserved it. This has been an absolutely ridiculous week. We got the Ben feature, so incredibly kind for that. And just like crazy projects coming through, like making progress with our interns that we've been working with. The community launch was incredibly successful. We're probably over like 415 members now or something like that from all different parts of the industry. Like people who are new to it, industry veterans, like all different countries are in there. Noah and I were in the voice channel for like 2 days out of the week. We were just hanging out in there while we were working on stuff. And I'm pretty sure 95% of the people that came in there and said anything were all from different countries. And that was really, really cool. But anyway, just it's a really crazy week. Miguel says, what would be your final touch for projects that aren't darker or black background? I still like grain. I feel like it's always a good pass. It like really helps in those areas where it might feel like there's not a lot happening. There's at least like some movement still going on the screen. Beyond that, deep glow does work really well for colors on a white background, so there's that. But I don't know, it really depends on what style and what I'm doing for the project. But the things that I do on the black backgrounds typically work on the white backgrounds as well. Abdullah says, how do you script? So what I'll do is set aside like only an hour and a half at most to be able to sit down and I've usually found a song I want to use on Artlist. Excuse me. I cut up the song to get it down to like 12 seconds or so, because then I can have it, like you saw in my export, I was having like one comp and then another side by side so that I could have it loop once within the video. Social media really seems to like that for some reason. But anyway, once I have the song trimmed to however long I need it to be, then what I'll do is just go into After Effects, and you know those markers that are on the top of my timeline, those are typically starting out just marking out where the beat is. And then what I'll do is listen to it again and be like, okay, I can see a scene. Like I'll start to tap the marker button as I'm listening to the song again, but just to figure out where the scene, like on which of those beats the scene should be changing. Sometimes I want like a bunch of scenes at the beginning, so it feels like boom, bang, pow, like lots of stuff is happening and keeps people interested at the very beginning, or like I want a slower start or something. It depends. So once I've got my scenes laid out, I try not to do more than 12 because I know I'm gonna stream it and have to do it in one day. But then what I'll do is like take the start and end point of my composition and bring them to like from like the start to the end of scene one, and then I just listen to that audio over and over and over again. And after doing motion for so long, I mean, I say so long, I've been doing it in After Effects for only like 3 years, maybe. After working in After Effects for so long, I've started to be able to like, as I hear notes go up, I'm like, oh, I can see this like cascading tower of shapes or whatever. There's like all sorts of different visuals that I can now associate with the sounds. And so as I'm listening, I'll like start to sort of see a scene come together in my head. And then once I have one of those ideas that like clicks with me and that I like, I'll write that down. I'll just describe what I was seeing in my head. And then the name of the game is, okay, like move to the next scene, listen to the audio again. But now I have the context of like, all right, I started with this visual in scene one. So then what would be cool to have happen after that, or like what sets me up for a cool transition, or those sorts of things. And then you just repeat that process until you filled out all the scenes. That's really it. I'm just describing what I'm seeing in my head enough to where I can remember what I need to storyboard it later on. Danny says, I keep overcomplicating my ideas and then just end up giving up midway through. Any tips on coming up with more realistically executable ideas? I don't know. For me, again, I think it's an experience thing. You end up just like having a bank of different movements that work well. Like, I'm not even talking about like, I just have this one ball do this thing like a million different times. I mean, I'm sure there are very clearly similarities between lots of these videos that I've done. But what I'm more saying is like, think of the video in terms of compositions, where like, I'm just thinking of the grid of the layout of what's going on. So I'm like, here's generally this section of the screen. We'll call it like section A, and then there's another section of the screen, section B. And I know that before I have made section A like move to the left and section B move to the right, and have this like cascading motion, or I have section A like scale down and bounce on top of section B or something like that. You start to just have all of these little associations of like general ways that things can move, and then you're able to just kind of pop your ideas. Like, I want to do an animation where I've got like a satellite. I'm like, okay, a satellite can be in section A of these, like this general guideline for motion that I have now. And so you just like do enough scenes of different types throughout the years, and you end up building up this library of animations and like things you can sort of fall back on. And I would say like, once you have some of those things that you've animated before, it can be really valuable to like, it might feel like playing it safe, but fall back on those a little bit and then just try adding something new to it. Like, try to push it to make it feel better than it did before or something like that. That'd be my suggestion there. Hayes says, in the future, are you going to stream yourself making projects for review as well? To clarify, streaming while making projects for brands, not just animated loops. I think somebody asked this earlier in the stream. It's really tricky to get approval to be able to show work for a lot of the projects that we're working on, because they're all under non-disclosure agreements or NDAs. The brands don't want that info getting out until they have actually like launched their project or anything like that. So that can be really tough, but we are starting to work with some really forward-thinking companies and individuals. So it might come to the point where like later in the future, once we've got like the community's even bigger, and I mean like, I've got some pull with like the follower count and stuff on Instagram now, to where businesses that are coming to us are seeing us not only as just like these guys who are able to make really cool looking videos that will bring in traction, but like us posting their video also helps bring traffic to their website and those sorts of things. So we're almost like another advertising source, just in like putting them on our portfolio and those sorts of places. So there might be some people in the future that are open to that idea. I would honestly love to live stream like all of the parts of the business. I think it would be so interesting. I think we're still both really young guys, me and Noah, and Ravi hasn't been around that long, but we're on the come up, and we're making great strides and building out lots of really interesting things, I think. So I think it'd be cool for people to be able to sort of get in on the ground floor and look at what we're doing, and then as we continue to grow, it'll be like, it's just a really cool story. I think we were with our intern Ronell earlier today. We really wanted him to understand that like, we truly want Ravi to be a sandbox for him and to be able to do anything he finds interesting. Like, he was spending a good amount of time just like chatting with other motion designers in the server the other day, and it sounded like they were on a podcast. It was cool. And so any sort of initiatives like that, where it's just like, hey, I think we could improve the community by doing X, Y, and Z, or I think that we should start like a podcast on YouTube, or just any sort of little project that he could take on. We wanted to make sure that he felt like he had all of the context of what's happened at Ravi since we started, to be able to do that effectively. And we want to be able to like give him the keys to the castle a little bit in that regard, to where he can just explore the business world through Ravi, because we're still pretty small. Like, we're a small team, and we're able to be flexible and sort of go in any direction that we're interested in. Anyway, and so what we ended up doing, Noah and I, was literally sitting him down and then like just giving him the entire spiel of everything that has happened at Ravi. And just while we were going through it, I thought it was only going to take us like 15 to 20 minutes to tell him the story or whatever, but it was like 45 minutes to an hour in, and we were only like, we hadn't even scratched the surface of all of the things we've learned and what we've been through. And I think it would be really, really cool to not only have other people be able to come in and be able to see that story as it's happening as well, like by watching these streams, or us just being more open and transparent as much as we can about like what we're doing and what we're working on and those things. I also want to be able to have that cataloged and like have that to look back on later, not only to like revisit those lessons and get that context that's like so vitally needed. I mean, Noah and I will get stuck just like thinking about whatever project is happening right now, but it's so important to be like, look at where we were like just a little bit ago and where we are now. And that makes everything feel a little bit better, you know? So I think that would be super cool. We're starting to get into that and seeing just how like public we can be on all aspects of the business, but we're figuring that out. And I'm hoping that we can do some really cool things with that. Ben says, was great stopping by. This one looks so nice. Good luck with the rest of the render. See you, everyone. Glad to see you, Ben. Appreciate you coming out. Have a lovely rest of your Saturday. Time traveler. I forget that it's already Saturday for this man. Astro says, did you study animation or motion design university or courses? I'm largely self-taught. I watched tutorials here and there over the years if I was really stuck on something, but I really haven't taken any motion design courses at all. It's just taking in a lot of content from the industry and then experimenting in After Effects all the time. But yeah, that's it. And perfect timing. The render just finished and I'm hoping it turned out okay. Let's see, shall we? Let's go back here and then turn on the big monitor. I'll pull it up. Nope, didn't want it to start yet. All right, here we go. Let's watch it, y'all. Whew. Yeah, y'all. This one is so good. Let's watch it one more time. Yeah. That's so fun. That's so fun. It's so chill, but at the same time, like so impactful and snappy, and oh, it's got everything I want from it. And I think my favorite one that I've ever done is Anthem, the one from like 2 weeks ago. But I mean, watching that one, I'm like, that feels like it might be my new favorite. There's some like specific scenes from other videos that I like more, but like overall, I just feel like this one's got a really good theme to it. So anyway, it's been good, y'all. I am so hyped to be able to post this one on Sunday, and then I'll get the project files up for it on Monday as per usual. But whew, thank y'all for an absolutely incredible week. This has been the most people that have ever been to a stream as well. At certain points, we could reach 60 viewers at a time in this, which is absolutely nuts. I am really, really blessed to be in this position. I'm really, really grateful for the support that everyone's been showing over the past few weeks. It's been really, really insane. But yeah, glad you guys like this one. It'll be good. I'm excited to post it. I'll put some copy together and get that posted on Sunday afternoon, so be on the lookout for that. If you guys want any project files of mine, we've got those in the description on my Gumroad. The link is there. Also, the Discord has been really, really valuable for people. We've got people coming in talking about their individual projects that they've been working, like their personal projects and things, and people who know way more about After Effects than me. So I definitely recommend checking it out. I'll answer this last question. Sync Mario said, can you please share some render settings for Instagram posts? I've been struggling with Instagram post quality. I'm really just doing the 1080 wide by 1920 tall, and I just do it MP4. That's really it. I'm not doing anything special. Just rendering it out through Media Encoder, and that's it. Guilherme says, already a fan, man. Thank you so much for showing your process. Danny says, peace. Pace says, have a good one, man. GL says, hello. Hello, GL. Signing off now, but feel free to watch back through the stream. VOD will be up in just a second, but appreciate y'all. Hope y'all have a good one. I will chat with you in the Discord this weekend if you're in it. It should be good. But we'll chat soon, guys. Appreciate you. Look out for this one soon, and I'll catch you later. See ya.